allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We will have the statement of meeting procedures read by the clerk now.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of September 28, 2010. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open to for the public to address before final action is taken. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has the discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all cell phones and pagers be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, this is time for public comment. This time when any member of the public may address the board on any item that is not on our agenda, understanding that the board cannot take action on any item raised under public comment, and we request that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, if possible, which I'm sure you can do. So any members of the public wish to address the board at this time, please do so. Good morning.
Good morning. Christine Rydell, Placer County Representative for State Senator Sam Onestad. I wanted to come before you today to give you an update on an issue that I came before you several years ago. What started off as trying to keep Lake Clementine open to the public has now become keeping Auburn State Recreation Area open, and now regionally Folsom Lake and Natomas Lakes. I wanted to let the board know that despite Senator Onestad being termed out, we are still very much monitoring this situation. State Parks has done an outstanding job of working with local groups and trying to educate them into what's going on, and in particular with the Auburn Boat Club in securing an agreement with the Boat Club to come up with additional funding on the Boat Club's part to keep Lake Clementine open an additional year to help both federal and state agencies work at finding a long-term permanent funding solution to keep this recreation area open. So that's basically the only reason that I'm here. And then Norman Gonzalez from Congressman McClintock's office is going to give you a brief update on what's going on at the federal level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Norman Gonzalez, Congressman McClintock's office, also 301 Dedham Court, Lincoln. So to give you an update on the Auburn State Recreation Area, as Christine said, it came to our attention last year, and we were able to work on a short-term fix to find additional funding to keep Lake Clementine open for an additional year, which was this year that we're currently in. It reemerges as another issue this last year because, again, the funding had been restricted. It had been reduced even further, and so we were working with the Bureau of Reclamation to, again, find additional funding streams. Unfortunately, one of the ways in which they did that was to eliminate the contract that they had with CAL FIRE. They cut out the CAL FIRE contract to save a few $100,000 in order to pay for additional expenses to keep Clementine open. What that does is that puts the canyon at risk for fire protection, as well as the city of Auburn and other surrounding communities. So one of our highest levels of priority in trying to fix this funding situation is ensuring that the proper amount of funding is given in order to secure adequate fire protection and fuels reduction for the canyon, as well to protect those canyon communities. Currently, State Parks has worked with the Bureau of Reclamation to identify, as Christine said, additional self-funding mechanisms for Lake Clementine. So Lake Clementine is off the table. So in future conversations, we won't ever be back to a situation where the Bureau of Reclamation says we can't fund Lake Clementine, because the recreation there is now providing for all of the expenses that are coming out of the lake, which is great news. The problem is the Bureau's budget continues to shrink, and there's an anticipated reduction for 2012, which doesn't threaten Clementine because it's now self-sufficient. However, it does threaten the entire Auburn State Recreation Area because the whole property does not have the level of funding from the federal government in order to sustain it for health and public safety. So what we've done is our office has been working with Bureau of Reclamation to establish what is the full level of required funding for health and public safety that the federal government needs to bring to the table. It can't be a situation where we put it all on the local users. So that dollar amount has been identified. We have brought Diane Feinstein's office into the conversation. We have brought her staff up to speed, and we've had mutual conversations between Senator Feinstein's staff, ours, and Bureau of Reclamation. And basically we've made it clear to the Bureau that in a budget of $1 billion, they need to find the $500,000 that's lacking in order to keep this open long term. So that's currently where we're at, and we're having meetings at the Washington, D.C. level with Bureau of Reclamation in order to identify those funding streams and to ensure that they're here year to year. And our office is always available for any additional questions or information if you guys need side briefings or if you want us to come back at any time to speak on this.
Thank you. And if you had more to say, you were free to say. Supervisor Holmes has a comment.
I just wanted to extend my compliments and thanks to the Congressman for his hard work on this issue. And then I was going to give us, under supervisor reports, about the Wastewater Forum that was held yesterday. I was really impressed with the way the Congressman handled that. We had 6 speakers from that are affected through their jobs, the way with wastewater problems, and then, of course, the regulatory agencies. Did you want to say a couple words about that? Or
I could, yeah. I was here to talk about Auburn State Recreation Area, but yes, thank you very much, Supervisor. Yesterday, the Congressman had sponsored a hearing on wastewater issues. Due to this situation, which I'm sure we're all aware of, and I know that the various supervisors have been working on this for years, wastewater has become a significant issue throughout our district and throughout the state of California, with ever-increasing regulations, more strict regulations that change every time you try to re-permit a facility. And so we see situations where brand-new state-of-the-art wastewater treatment facilities that are built today may be out of compliance 5 years from now. And so what that does is that costs millions of dollars to the local community that gets passed on to the ratepayers. We heard testimony yesterday from folks talking about increases of 80% to over 100% of rate pay for each of the households. Some communities, such as Cascade Shores, are paying a little over $200 per month for wastewater currently, and that has the potential of going up over around $250 per month. We heard situations where people were being denied home loans, not because of the cost or inability to pay the loan, but because of the additional burden that the wastewater fee places on them, and they were denied home loans as a result of the wastewater cost. So this is something that definitely needs to be brought under control. We need to have a level of sanity in dealing with these regulations, and we can't have the inequality that local communities in the foothills or closer to the watersheds are put versus the larger metropolitan areas. The tertiary rules are overly restrictive. So the Congressman is planning, based on the information that he heard in the hearing, on introducing legislation this coming session in the next Congress to bring some changes and some updates to the Clean Water Act to provide communities some affirmative defenses and opportunities to make it through without the rules changing year to year.
Great.
Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up?
I just wanted to add that also Congressman Herger was said on the panel. State Senator Onestad was here, as well as Assemblyman Logue, and then our very own Jim Durfee was one of the panelists. So good job. I was really impressed. Thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Durfee has done a wonderful job of keeping us up to speed on what's going on with the county wastewater issues, and was a great witness for us to testify at the hearing, so we appreciate his participation very much.
Yes. Thank you, Norman. Supervisor Montgomery, any question?
Norman, before you go, thank you so much for focusing on the issue with the Auburn State Recreation Area, and please pass my thanks along to the Congressman. I personally have been in touch with Senator Boxer's office, Senator Feinstein's office, and I spoke with one of Congresswoman Natsui's aides. So I just think it's a very important issue for a lot of people, both locally and regionally. And just anything that we can continue to do to be of help and to put pressure on all our federal partners, let us know.
And we will continue to be in touch with the board to let you guys know how things are going as we update you and as we find new developments and opportunities for you to weigh in. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to address the board under public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to Supervisor Committee reports. We just had a brief conversation in regard to the wastewater forum. Was there anything else, Supervisor Holmes, you wish to add at this point? Supervisor Montgomery?
Just wanted to announce, as you all know, I do sit on the TRPA governing board. We did have an adverse ruling handed down about a week and a half ago now by Judge Carlton relating to the TRPA's shore zone policy. It's a fairly complicated and integral part of both what the TRPA just does as an agency, but it's also part of our regional plan update process, and the implications for the county are reasonably limited, but the judge's criticism was in regards to some policy pieces. We do have some projects at Placer County that have some policy implications that we will need to think about as it relates to this ruling, and just wanted to give a heads up. I've already sent it to Tony, who had the opportunity to look it over, but it's just something that we're going to need to bear in mind with some of the projects that we may be moving forward as a county, but also just some of the projects within our jurisdiction that are going to require some actual policy changes through the TRPA if they are indeed permitted.
Has TRPA as a body had a chance to meet yet since that ruling?
We have, and our direction to Joanne Marquetta, our executive director, and to staff was essentially to implement a 90-day hiatus for any shore zone applications for buoys, piers, shore structures. Unfortunately, the ruling also affected our blue boating program, which is a program that was actually very supported by the conservation community who sued us on shore zone. So we're hoping that we can actually work out some kind of interim agreement with the conservation community with the blessing of Judge Carlton that says you can continue with the blue boating program, but these other pieces need to go back, if not to the drawing table, at least they need to be revisited fairly strongly.
Was there any consideration given by the board appealing the ruling?
No, not initially. Part of this 90-day hiatus is to allow our legal staff to look at that question and to possibly bring that option back to us and just present us with what other legal options are out there. We didn't want to jump to any conclusions initially. We wanted to make sure that we gave our legal staff the opportunity to really review the ruling thoroughly, consider all the implications, have some initial conversations with the conservation community, and then maybe take something back to the judge at that point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other board members have any other comments? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. Any board members have any questions or comments on any item brought forward on the consent? Okay. Any members of the public wish to address the board on any item on consent? Have it removed for discussion. All right. Seeing none. Motion Rockholm, second by Montgomery to approve consent. Roll call, please.
Rockholm? Yes. Wygant? Yes. Holmes?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to action items on our agenda. We have sufficiently filled the first 15 minutes so that we can move on to our 9:15 timed item. This is a presentation of a proclamation declaring October as National Arts and Humanities Month and Friday, October 1st, as Placer Arts 360 Day throughout Placer County. So I'll ask Angela, I think I saw her, there she is. I'll ask Angela to come up. Angela Toddy, who's integral in most of the art-related activity that takes place in Placer County. Have her come up while I read this quick proclamation. Beginning with the whereas the month of October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by Placer Arts, the Arts Council of Placer County, and thousands of arts and cultural organizations, communities, counties, and states across the country, as well as by the White House and Congress for more than 2 decades. And Friday, October 1st, 2010, has been declared California Arts Day by the California Arts Council, as well as by Governor Schwarzenegger and the California Legislature. And the arts and humanities embody much of the accumulated wisdom, intellect, and imagination of humankind, and the arts and humanities enhance and enrich the lives of every American family, our communities, our state, and our country. And the nonprofit arts industry also strengthens our local, state, and national economy through their numerous activities. And Placer County is home to numerous arts and cultural activities through the Arts Council of Placer County, Arts for the Schools, Auburn Community Concert Association, Auburn Placer Performing Arts Center, Auburn Symphony, Chamber Music Alive, Civic Theater West, Lake Tahoe Music Festival, Lincoln Arts and Cultural Foundation, North Tahoe Arts, Placer Theater Ballet, Placer Theater Productions, Rockland Community Theater, Roseville Arts, Blue Line Gallery, South Placer Heritage Foundation, Take Note Troupe, and Theater Alive. And these unique performing and visual arts organizations have joined together to create Placer Arts 360, a brand created to help raise awareness of the unique quality arts experience available and to promote Placer County as the place to experience art in all degrees. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Placer County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October as National Arts and Humanities Month and Friday, October the 1st, 2010, as Placer Arts 360 Day throughout Placer County. And we call upon our citizenry to celebrate and promote the arts and culture locally and our civic leaders to encourage greater participation in taking action for the arts and humanities in their cities and communities. It's my pleasure to come down there, present this to you, and of course hear about the latest and greatest, because you always have something cooking for us here in Placer County. So with that, I will present this to you. Thank you for your involvement in this area, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say. Turn around for Anita. You betcha. Turn around for Anita. Oh, come on in here. No, you fill in front of me. There we go. Stick those guys in the back.
It's Friday. No, this Friday.
Another camera.
Thanks.
All right, so tell us what's going on.
Should I talk in here?
Yes, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Euler, and good morning, Tom, and all supervisors, and in the House and in the audience, the listening audience. We're very proud of our new brand and actually the work that we've done together over the past 2 years. It's really pretty monumental to have that many busy, struggling arts organizations continue their work to deliver public services and decide that we want to work together and brand together and build our visibility. And so we are announcing a Party with the Arts this Friday night at the Blue Goose Fruit Shed, the historic fruit shed, and all of the organizations will benefit from this party. So if you are interested in tickets, it starts at 6:30. You can go to placerarts.org for your tickets. We have 3 wonderful musical presentations, Totally Tapioca, which is an a cappella group with local roots. Blaine White grew up in Newcastle, and Mick Martin and the Blues Rockers will be there. Who doesn't like Mick Martin and the Blues Rockers? And then we finish off with a late show featuring Sin City, and there are local roots there. In fact, the founder he covers Bon Scott, and he lives in Auburn with his family. So we're very excited for you to also take a cultural cruise in October. If you go to our website, you can see all of the quality events using the icon that Stephen has. Show the public. That's the brand, the Placer Arts 360 logo. So if you see that associated in advertisements or on the website or in Placer Arts Perspectives, you'll know that's a quality event. It's our Good Housekeeping seal of approval. We thank the county for their support in an ongoing way and invite you to join us on Friday night. And thank you to the members of my board and staff who are here, and Bouchard Communications who assisted us with the branding.
Thank you, Angela, for all that you put into it. I greatly appreciate it. All right, with that taken care of, we will go ahead and move on to our next item, which is a department head item. If those of you that came for that particular item want to go ahead, there you go. Thank you. You betcha. We'll give you a moment to sneak out. Thanks, Angela.
See you Friday, Andy. Thank you. Looking for going to get ready for the party now. I'll share a dance with any supervisor who shows up Friday night.
Ah, man. And me and my broken ankle, not able to take you up on
Darn,
that.
huh? You can come enjoy the plastic grown included wine.
Self-medicate.
It's part of the experience.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to department head items. Our first department head item is our board being asked to consider signing a letter of interest by Placer County addressed to the directors of the Yuba, Bear, and Drum Spalding project managers for, as a result of their relicensing process, essentially raising our hands to say, hey there, we're here and we're interested.
Exactly. Thank you, Honorable Supervisors and Chairman. Brett Story with the Planning Department. We are here to request that the Board allow you, Kurt, to sign a letter which is simply to state our interest in the NID PG&E relicensing. In this relicensing process, they've begun this a lot of items, one of them being a modeling of flows in the in-stream that aren't currently happening, but they're looking to do it for a number of reasons, recreational and fish and other things. We have a similar process in our Middle Fork relicensing, but we stated right up front that consumptive water is not what we want to balance it with. We want to keep that for the citizens and utilize all the other water that we have to make sure that we make the river the best it can be. In our we don't have that ability in their process. They are running this, and so this letter will simply state the letter of interest that says when you do eventually negotiate those items, please make sure you understand that the consumptive water rights of the citizens of Placer County need to be involved. You need to look at that as you go through the process to make sure that everyone's being considered, and when you come to a resolution that it meets all of those interests. And I'd like to stress that this is the very beginning of this process on theirs. Well, ours has been going on for a number of years, negotiating with stakeholders. They have a little bit different process, and they are choosing to send in their draft license agreement without benefit of the negotiation of this item. And what they're simply going to do is, after they submit their license, then they are going to go through the process of negotiating many of the issues, this being the major one for Placer County. Currently PCWA has a contract with PG&E for this water that serves just northeast of Auburn all the way down to the south of Rockland, the communities of Rockland and Lincoln. So it does affect us. It affects our cities. It affects the general plans of the county and the general plans of all those cities. So, which is why we're asking you to send this letter and inform all of those, and particularly NID and PG&E, that this is something that we are greatly concerned about, and to keep that in consideration. And I just want to mention that PCWA's staff has been working very hard on both relicensings and is keeping us in the loop and sharing their analysis with us. And our rights align on this one completely to protect the citizens of Placer County in their water rights in that relicensing. I'm happy to answer any questions or anything you might have in this matter.
Okay. Supervisor Montgomery, you have a question?
Yeah, I really actually just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. We've been talking about this issue for a while now, and my concern has been that we haven't really kind of put our needs and our wants forward. If I'm not wrong, I think 3 of the districts actually in Placer County have at least some of our water supplied through NID. So I know Roberts, I believe Jim has some NID water, and I know District 5 that I represent has some NID supply as well. And I think it's just very important that we not only, put the powers that be on notice that we're interested in the consumptive supply and the consumptive uses, but that we're going to be an active participant in the future on all the uses for the water that's out there. That, we have some concerns about this, and we want to protect our area of origin water rights and make sure that our voice gets heard as part of the NID process, even though we're not Nevada County. Placer County
I've
has
been
a voice.
assigned to make sure of those interests.
Thank you.
Okay. Einer is here from PCWA. If you would, just give us an update on what you guys have been up to in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Einer Maish, Placer County Water Agency. There's I want to tell you a little bit about the challenge here. For PCWA in the Middle Fork project, reallocating water from hydrogeneration to meeting the needs of the environment doesn't short us on our consumptive needs, because all the water ends up in Folsom Lake, where it's available to continue to make deliveries. In the PG&E supply is quite different, because it's an interbasin transfer. In the 1860s, they went to the Yuba River and developed a water supply to bring into Placer County, originally for mining and then for agriculture, and today it's agriculture and urban needs for 100,000 people in Placer County. But rededicating that water to in-stream flows in the Yuba River, it ends up in Englebright and in New Bullard's Bar, where it is no longer available to meet our needs. So this is a much bigger challenge, because it may be fish or people. Now, PG&E has surplus water supplies in most years in the spring, and I know that they sell surplus water to South Sutter Water District of 20,000 acre feet in most years, and South Sutter has groundwater available. In most places in Placer County, that's not an option. Anyway, so we hope to be able to work with the stakeholders in PG&E's relicensing and reach some reasonable accommodations, understanding the needs of the environment. But this was a water supply project before it was a hydroelectric project, and those water rights go a long way back, and we think that they are inviolate. And that's the position we're going to take, and we invite all the support we can get. Thank you.
Thanks for the update on that. I appreciate it. Okay. Any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, what's the pleasure of the board? Well, I think I heard Supervisor Holmes actually before Rockholm.
Yeah, actually, I'd get my water.
Oh, okay, that's yes. Supervisor Holmes will get the motion, and we'll give the second to Supervisor Wygant on that. So all in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? None. Thank you very much for being here this morning. And we are now at 9:30, and we do have a 9:30 item being presented by Mr. Owens this morning. And this is the presentation of the, prosecutors in the plural of the year award.
It is. Scott Owens, 10810 Justice Center Drive, Roseville. And Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm honored to inform you that the Placer County District Attorney's Office attorney staff has selected Dave Tellman and Doug Van Breeman as the 2009 co-recipients of the Prosecutor of the Year Award in memory of Anne Marie Bourgeois. Dave Tellman graduated from law school with great distinction. While in law school, he worked on the Pacific Law Journal as a comment staff writer and legislative staff writer. And I'm going to actually ask those two to come up here.
Probably a good idea.
Everybody knows who I'm talking about. While in law school, Dave worked on the Pacific Law Journal as a comment staff writer and legislative staff writer. He received Dean's Honor List in all academic years. Since law school, he has given of his talents to the community. He has acted as a judge of the Placer County Peer Court, as an attorney coach for the Rockland High School mock trial team, as a director, treasurer, vice president, and president of the Placer County Bar Association. I also happen to know that he's coached youth sports many, many times as well. Dave Tellman has prosecuted criminal cases in Placer County since August of 1994. In court, he displays a quiet confidence and ease, which I attribute to his remarkable case preparation, as well as his naturally pleasant demeanor. But never doubt Dave's resolve to fight for the cause of justice. This board may have a little touch of deja vu because you'll remember that Dave was a co-recipient last year as well for his work on the Kovacic homicide case. He was also recognized statewide, he and Suzanne Gazaniga, as Prosecutor of the Year for rural and medium-sized counties for the work on that Kovacic case. He's also prosecuted other complex cases in the past as well, including a high-profile home invasion robbery that occurred in Granite Bay and had 2 teenage boys for victims. Douglas Van Breeman graduated from Cal Poly Pomona with a degree in political science. He began attending night school at Western State School of Law in Fullerton in 1993 while working full-time and raising a family. He graduated from law school in 1996. In June of 1997, Mr. Van Breeman accepted a position with Mercury Insurance as their in-house counsel. In May of 1999, he was selected to open and run a satellite law office for Mercury Insurance in Sacramento. His family moved to Northern California, and he ran that office until 2001, when we stole him away and he was hired by the Placer County District Attorney's Office. During his tenure with our office, he's handled a variety of felony cases. While assigned to the Driving Under the Influence Unit, he advised and taught officers about DUI issues and prosecutions. He was honored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving in March of 2004 for his work on DUI cases. For 2 years, he maintained the Auto Theft and Insurance Fraud Grant with the State of California for the office. Last year, Doug was assigned to our 3 Strikes Unit, and in that assignment handled many complex strike cases, including a very complex carjacking case that got quite a lot of headlines locally. Since January of 2010, he has been assigned to handle the major narcotics cases in the county while working as the lead liaison between officers in the county's narcotics task forces and the district attorney's office. This assignment entails a lot of late-night phone calls and a lot of after-hours warrant review, which he manages to do while still keeping up with many things that he does in the community. Doug still finds time to be involved in the community sports programs and has been on the board of directors for the local football and cheer programs for the past 5 years. He has coached youth teams in baseball, football, basketball, and soccer. He is involved in community service for the Music Boosters program. Like David, he has also served as a mentor attorney for the Placer County Peer Court. Mr. Van Breeman, while currently assigned to the Major Narcotics Unit office, was given the additional assignment last year to assist Mr. Tellman on the prosecution of a complex murder prosecution in the case of People versus Donald Sherman and Peter Shamig. The facts of this case are startling. On October 2nd, 2006, 2 hikers discovered the body of Guy Farmer on a mine on the outskirts of Reno, Nevada. Mr. Farmer had been beaten, burned, bound at the hands and ankles, and wrapped in a tarp. Washoe County Sheriff's detectives initially handled the investigation, and through scores of interviews determined that Guy Farmer was last seen at a residence belonging to Mr. Farmer's cousin, Donald Shermer, who lived in Penryn. Washoe County detectives enlisted the assistance of the Placer County Sheriff's Department, and in tandem, the 2 counties interviewed dozens of additional witnesses, many of whom were parolees, probationers, drug addicts, and other traditionally uncooperative individuals. Their tireless efforts led to the identification of 4 primary individuals who were present during the final sequence of events leading to Mr. Farmer's murder: Donald Sherman, Guy Farmer's cousin, Peter Shamig, Brian Carr, and Juan Figueroa. Investigators determined that Guy Farmer was suspected in stealing Mr. Sherman's methamphetamine manufacturing chemicals, and in order to punish Mr. Farmer for that theft, Donald Sherman directed the binding and the torture of Mr. Farmer. After his torture, Guy Farmer attempted to escape from Donald Sherman's property, at which time Mr. Farmer was recaptured and given a lethal injection of Mr. Shermer's prescription medication. After his death, Mr. Figueroa and Mr. Shamig drove Mr. Farmer's body to the isolated mine shaft near Reno. 7 suspects were charged with a variety of offenses arising from Mr. Farmer's death, including Sherman, Shamig, Figueroa, and Carr, who were charged with first-degree murder. Prior to the trial, Figueroa and Carr pled guilty to several charges and agreed to testify against Mr. Sherman and Shamig. The trial began June 15, 2009, and because of the nature of the evidence, it was necessary to impanel 2 separate juries to hear the evidence against the 2 defendants simultaneously. To our knowledge, this was the first time this has ever been done here in Placer County. There was approximately 1 month of pretrial litigation, including 2 weeks of pretrial motions and 1 week to select each jury. Evidence presentation began in August and lasted for 3 months. Numerous witnesses were produced from a variety of penal institutions, including prisons in Nevada and California. There was a variety of forensic evidence presented, including hair and fiber evidence, DNA evidence, forensic pathology, and forensic toxicology. In short, this case was incredibly complex and can rival anything anywhere as far as its complexity. Donald Sherman's jury ultimately returned guilty verdicts on all counts on October 26, and he was sentenced to life without parole, plus an additional life term, plus an additional 17 years, 8 months in prison for drug and weapon violations. Peter Shamig's jury found him guilty of first-degree murder on October 30th, and he was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. There are still 2 defendants charged with lesser offenses that are currently being prosecuted, one of whom is in federal custody in Washington. David Tellman and Doug Van Breeman worked diligently and patiently. They masterfully brought their unique skills, intellect, and courtroom mastery together in order to hold accountable persons trying to escape justice, and it's my honor and pleasure to introduce them and bring them before the board for recognition. Thank you very much.
Let's take your photos, Scott, and you want to take your photos first, and then you can go ahead and...
All right. There we go.
Looks like a W.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shot with the camera like
Okay.
All right.
Gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much, Scott, and thank you for allowing us to be here. And like last year, it is a great honor to receive an award from our peers, voted from all of our deputy district attorneys in our office. That's a real special honor. It was an honor last year, and it's doubly an honor this year to be here again. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone who worked in our office. Inasmuch as this is a recognition for our success in the trial that Scott just mentioned on Donald Sherman and Peter Shamig, I think it needs to be recognized in fairness that we were the last 2 people really to get involved in a 3-year-long investigation that really began with Washoe County Sheriff's Department and hundreds and hundreds of tireless hours spent by the detectives there, who then passed it off to the Placer County Sheriff's detectives, and who then spent literally thousands and thousands of hours of work spearheaded by Detective Christina Wu. And their tireless efforts ultimately led to the evidence that we needed to be successful in the case. So we need to thank, first of all, the law enforcement officers who were involved. We couldn't have done it without them. There's a very complex case. They sent and served hundreds of subpoenas and warrants. We couldn't have done it without them. We also couldn't have done it without the support from our office, from Scott, from Brad Finocchio, from Steve Draglin, from the supervisors who allowed us, Doug and I, to spend the time necessary to be successful in court. Also all the support staff, the people who actually had to communicate with witnesses, get them to court, investigations, Troy Kenny, have his investigators serve these reluctant and hostile witnesses. We couldn't have done it without them. I'd like to thank someone I forgot to mention last year when I was here, which is my wife. She's not here. She's at a PTC meeting. But for the record, I just want it known. I'm thanking her from last year and this year. Because I felt bad skipping out on her, not mentioning her last year. You can't carry on an obsession of a case like this, let alone the one that I had previously, without her sacrifices. So I'd like to say that. I'd like to recognize my parents who are here. So thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Doug.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here, and thank you for inviting us. Thank you, Scott, for letting me work in such a great office. And thank you, Dave, for letting me share in the fun of prosecuting that case last year. I really enjoyed it, and I learned a lot. Thank you very much. I also want to thank my family, my wife Debbie, who's not here, but my parents and my in-laws are in the back row. Thank you. Also want to thank all my colleagues at the DA's office. Dave said it very well. This case that we did last year was indeed a team effort. Everyone at the DA's office, support staff, Paula Hood had to organize 13,000 pages of discovery. I think we set a record for the office. Investigators, detectives, crime analysts, everyone. Most importantly, I would like to thank the people of Placer County for allowing me to do this job that I love so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And on behalf... Before you guys go anywhere, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your service. The work product that all law enforcement continues to put out in Placer County is the envy of many counties throughout the state of California, from the patrol officers who show up first, who know properly how to handle a crime scene, produce excellent reports that stand up in court, present themselves as very credible witnesses, to you folks who do your job and then give George somebody to house in our place, and then ultimately over to Steve's shop to watch him once they're back out. We've got a hell of a team in this county, and we're really proud of you guys and everything that you do. So thank you for that. Before you leave, what I want to do is I want to take a minute for an opportunity for the parents to come up and have a photo taken with your sons, with Mr. Owens right here. We'll do it individually so that Dave can have one with his folks, and then Doug can have his parents and in-laws come up as well and have a photo with them. So we'll just take a moment and do that, give you guys the opportunity to have that done. Okay? Go ahead. I'm going to clear out of the background so that you don't have me in your photo. Yeah, of course. Let's take the time to put your mom individually with Dave with your folks.
Thank you very much.
We will go ahead and move on with department head items with item number 6, Administrative Services and Procurement. Mr. Bogan, good morning.
Jim Bogan, Purchasing Manager. Item 6A is requesting your board's approval to renew a negotiated blanket purchase order with Radiological Associates of Sacramento for Health and Human Services mandated medical care services program clients. RAS provides these radiological services like x-rays, ultrasounds, nuclear medicine, MRIs, and mammograms when they cannot be performed at county clinics. Prices charged are based on current Medi-Cal rates, and RAS has agreed to renew their previous BPO with no changes to prices, terms, or conditions. HHS has requested a renewal amount $35,000 higher than the current BPO based on anticipated growth in caseload of the mandated medical care services program clients. Therefore, staff recommends approval to renew in the maximum amount of $280,000.
Questions by board members? Seeing none, any members of the public have any questions on this item? All right.
I did have something to say.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted for the record to say my wife used to work for Radiological Associates, but she's been retired for 12 years now.
I think you're probably okay.
Okay.
That would be my guess. All right. Any other comments or questions? Anybody else have a spouse or any other significant other they want to declare? She's been there, has she? I drove past it once.
I've never heard of it.
All right. Do we have a motion to end this silliness? Thank you. A motion, Rockholm, second, Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. See, we're going to have a big afternoon, so we're going to get our chuckles out now because something tells me this afternoon the opportunities for these will be a bit de minimis. Oh, yeah. Depends what we're serving with lunch. All right, we will move on to item 6B.
All right, 6B is requesting your board's approval to award competitive bid number 9985 to Sacramento Truck Center for two 3,100-gallon water trucks for the Department of Public Works road maintenance. Sacramento Truck Center submitted the lowest price of 4 bids received that met the required specifications. Therefore, staff recommends the award to Sacramento Truck Center for two 3,100-gallon water trucks in the amount of $262,279.29.
I have a question on this one. I know that with our projects, we've consistently seen project bids coming in fairly substantially under engineering estimates. Are we seeing any kind of a corresponding drop in the price of the equipment, construction-related equipment? Are we noticing if
It's more coming in at what we expect than the construction bids are.
I'm sorry?
The equipment's coming in at about what we expect. Those prices haven't changed that much, but you're right, the construction services have really gone down, and they're coming in well below the engineer's estimates.
Yeah, just thinking that given the state of the industry, with less product moving, more price competition for the equipment itself, but evidently we're not seeing that related savings as well.
Yeah, it's more a matter of materials rather than services.
Okay. All right, any other board members, any questions? Seeing none, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? And Ken didn't have to stand up. I'm sorry, was that a motion, Mr. Rockholm? Thank you. Motion Rockholm, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will move on to our Community Development Resource Agency, where we are being asked to take a number of actions and follow up to previous direction the board had given to the CEDRA director in regard to management staffing within his department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. Lauren Clark and I are pleased to be here to present another phase of the reorganization of the Community Development Resource Agency. Back in 2005, the Board of Supervisors approved the creation of the Community Development Resource Agency. At that time, the county was experiencing unprecedented growth, especially out in the western portion of the county, and the intent of the board was to create a land development agency that could take in all functions of land development, planning, building, and engineering, and allow for a more streamlined process. Two of the guiding principles for the creation of the agency centered on the provision of more centralized leadership for multiple departments under the agency, as well as improved processes and functions related to land development. While these principles have and continue to be implemented on a regular basis, changes in staffing levels over the past several years have provided us an opportunity to further streamline the organizational structure of the agency. This reorganization was first presented to the board at your January 12th meeting, and at that time the board generally accepted the reorganization with some minor structural changes that have been incorporated into the organization. The primary changes that are included in this reorganization are that instead of separate departments, planning and building will now be divisions under the agency. The agency director's role will be modified to also include the duties of the planning director. A new assistant director for the agency position will be added, and this will provide organizational support for the agency. And lastly, the environmental coordinator classification will be amended to be similar in scope and salary to that of a supervising planner. The proposed changes result in significant budgetary savings to the agency and ultimately to the county. With the proposed changes, the chief building official position will be reclassified to not be a department head. That will result in an annual savings of $2,500. The assistant chief building official position will be unfunded, which will result in an annual savings of $107,000. These are just salary savings. They do not include the benefit savings. It's important to note that. The environmental coordinator position will be reclassified from a management position to a professional level position for an annual savings of $33,000. The planning director position will be unfunded for an annual savings of $170,000. There will be a new position, the assistant director for the agency, but we will be eliminating an assistant director for planning, and so there's only going to be a net gain in cost for that change of $14,000. All totaled, there will be the incremental $14,000 increase to change from Assistant Planning Director to Agency Director, and the annual ongoing savings will be over $250,000. Staff is prepared to respond to any questions or comments the board may have regarding this item.
Michael, just one clarifying point, since sometimes it can cause confusion. They're listed in the agenda item are the new pay ranges for the positions as reclassified. And so whereas it might, to somebody who's not accustomed perhaps to reading agendas or how we classify positions, it might appear, for instance, that the environmental coordinator is receiving a raise from $6,700 up to $8,200 a month. In fact, as you just described it, that position is actually now will be receiving reduced compensation, and this, what is represented here, is the pay range for that position.
Correct. And the reduction in responsibilities for that position will result in a corresponding reduction in salary to the tune of $33,000 annually.
Okay. I may not have been doing my math right, but it looks to me like we're north of $300,000 instead of $250,000 in terms of annualized savings.
It will be considerable, and we're still
continuing. And that's just the salary, as you identified.
That is correct.
With the cost, county cost, we're about a 40% burden of salary base. So the actual savings on a $300,000 is going to be closer to $420,000, $430,000 a year that we'll be saving making these changes. Okay. Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. Yeah, following up on the chairman's comments, there was a little bit of a furor about this online and in a blog. And one of the things that I wanted to make very clear is that we're not actually adding any personnel here. There was some concern about new positions being created, and the implication was it was new people going into those rather than just using existing employees within Placer County to fill these positions. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. Unfortunately, the agency has not been in a position to add new staff members for quite some time. For our 9-10 fiscal year, we had 135 employees. For 10-11, we were down to 103, so we reduced our staff by 32.
Okay.
The only new position that will be created, the assistant director for the agency, will be moving that position from planning over into the agency, so there are no net new positions.
Okay. And then the only other question I had was the $170,000 a year savings in deleting the planning director allocation in planning. That position remains. So at some point in the future, if building picks back up, we could reappoint that position and fill that.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's purely an ongoing savings until such time as development and building picks back up, when we may need to refill that position.
Correct.
Thank you.
And in the interim, the duties of the planning director will continue to be performed by the senior director, by yourself.
That's correct.
As well as assisted by the assistant, which I believe is Mr. Clark?
That is correct.
And he knew about that?
He did. We did chat about this previously.
He's going along willingly? He is
handcuffed to the chair.
He is complicit in this? Is that what?
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right. Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I want to clarify. When the board deallocates a position, that means the position cannot be filled until that position is allocated and then the funding is provided. So there would have to be a subsequent board action to do that. And to make it also very clear, I think you did address it, Michael, but it's elimination of a department head, and it's also an elimination of a management position that I think your board has asked us every time we look at these reorganizations. You'll be seeing a similar one coming up in my office in terms of looking particularly at each position, its assigned responsibilities, and making sure we got the right pay for the right position, doing the right work. And just pointedly, the environmental coordinator was downshifted simply because the past one had to create all the duties and responsibilities of that office, come up with all the protocol, and now that's simply a It is still a complicated position, obviously, but it is not one that has to create its own universe, too.
Other questions or comments by members of the board? Any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? All right, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Rockholm and a second by Montgomery in order to take a number of actions, which include ordinances amending various chapters regarding positions, classifications. All of this will result in a budget revision, which does require a roll call vote of the board. So the clerk will call the roll.
Rockholm? Yes. Weigand?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 8, County Executive Final Budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I don't have a slide presentation, so this is not for me, just so you know. If I do, I'm worried.
I think we've committed your slides to me.
That's it. I'm here to request the adoption of the final budget for fiscal year 2010-11. I was not planning a presentation since we've been over the material a number of times, both in the budget workshops in August and on the at the public hearing on the September the 8th. There are 5 actions requested in approval of the final budget. The first is to approve the final budget in the amount of $757 million. This is the operating funds. It's a $26.2 million reduction compared to the final budget from the previous year. And it uses, as we've said before, $31.5 million of budget savings from the prior year, plus $9 million in reserves from the general fund and other funds. The second request is to approve the final budgets for county proprietary funds in the amount of $73 million. We're requesting approval of the county master fixed asset list for fiscal year 2010-11. We're introducing an ordinance amending the personnel allocations for the various departments. There was a net reduction of 12 allocated positions in this ordinance. And then finally, we're asking for you to approve the resolution adopting the final budgets of special districts governed by the board in the amount of $43.8 million. And I'll conclude my presentation there, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Questions by board members? Seeing none, members of the public wish to address the board on the county's final budget? Okay, bring it back to the board. And I'm sorry, I think I heard Supervisor Holmes. Supervisor Holmes made a motion to approve. Supervisor Rockholm with a second. Under discussion, the board took an action a couple meetings ago that did create some controversy in terms of the imposition of compensation terms, not a contract, thank you, Supervisor Holmes, on one of our bargaining units. And I just want to remind folks that our board doesn't take these decisions lightly, and when we make these decisions, yes, we're cognizant of the fact that it does have a real impact in take-home pay. It does have a real impact on purchasing power of our employees. But what our board also has to take into consideration as the employer is the annual cost to employ our employees. And I think it's important to note that even with the wiping of over 40 positions and the associated savings of the elimination of those 40 previously funded but unfilled positions, the elimination of over 40 positions, and the savings achieved by the imposition of the terms, it's about $3.5 million, this county will still spend over $1 million more in this fiscal year to pay for salaries and benefits for our employees than we paid last year. Even with the elimination of 40 positions and the imposition of those terms, we as the employer will still have to spend more money this year than we spent last. And that's the bottom line that this board has to look at in terms of the sustainability of this county. And so it wasn't an easy decision by any of us. And as long as we have external cost drivers that will continue to go up, like our benefits costs, our retirement costs, we are going to have to carefully manage our monthly cash flow expenditures each year in order to make sure that we can continue to provide the level of service that our employees have been providing. So this budget that we're about to adopt does contain those adjustments as a result of that, of the action taken by the board on the imposition of those terms. And it is a part of what we put together in order to create this balanced budget. And so just kind of a little broader perspective, unfortunately, as the ones responsible for the long-term fiscal health and well-being of the county, we have to look at the overall cost of employment, not just the impact that it has on the take-home pay. So unless any other board members have any comments, I've been advised by council that given the nature of this budget, we should probably go with a roll call. I'm going to assume that the motion by Supervisor Holmes was to approve all of the 4 items, the final budgets for the proprietary funds, the adjustments to the fixed asset list, the introduction of the ordinance which amends the personnel allocations, as well as the resolution adopting the final budget. That was included within the motion.
A and 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, thank you. And the second, thank you. So we will have a roll call.
Holmes?
Aye.
Rockcomb?
Yes.
Wygant? Yes. Montgomery?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye. Thank you very much. All right, now to this slide presentation contained in item 8B under organizational changes. Please, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Holly Heinzen with the Placer County Executive Office. As you have heard through our county budget process and our Community Development Resources Agency, many of us are impacted by the current downturn, and at the same time we are seeing our workforces being diminished as we have people leave through retirement or other attrition, and we are really not filling positions in the county. So in order to address the gaps that then occur, we're all looking at ways to reorient our workforce to maintain our services, to strengthen in those areas where they're most needed, and to continue county business day to day at a minimal cost for the taxpayers, and to address just our overall budget constraints, which we've seen over the last few years, and we anticipate those constraints to continue over the next few at least. So, in addition to 3 key positions in the county executive office that have occurred over the last year, we've had a number of long-term leaves. It really gives us an opportunity to look at our workforce and do just that, reorient to meet our highest and best use of existing staff and develop new staff in areas that can meet our upcoming challenges. In the last year, we've seen the retirement of our Chief County Executive Officer, an assistant county executive officer as well.
Assistant.
Chief, county, yeah.
What did I say? Assistant chief. That wasn't an announcement or anything. Yeah. Assistant chief county executive officer, as well as our county budget administrator. Obviously, these changes impact our office, and but it also provides some opportunities for us to reorient our own workforce and to increase our management efficiencies to reflect a more strategic approach to guiding county operations. There we go. This is our currently configured County Executive Office and Board of Supervisors. As you may recall, our formal structure is actually two separate departments in the allocation ordinance. However, for the last 5 years, we've operated somewhat in tandem with the Board of Supervisors. The Assistant County Executive Officer that recently retired, has been providing oversight and risk management, labor relations, and has been overseeing Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board, and OES operations. On the CEO side, one assistant CEO, myself, provides oversight in budget finance and operational and land use systems issues. Our prior chief assistant county executive officer was responsible for operations in Tahoe, the Public Information Office, Economic Development, RDA, and then Health and Justice. As you can see, many of our core functions in these areas are shared, and in some cases those responsibilities overlap. And I think that's necessary as we move forward because there are different perspectives brought from each office. Nonetheless, in the last several years, as our functions have become more integrated, we've seen the advantages of that as well. So it does provide some opportunities for us to streamline some of those pieces and provide a platform for us to move forward. As you may recall at the discussions at our budget workshop in August, the board indicated they might be interested in continuing the model of combining CEO and the Board of Supervisors office on a more formal basis. Given the limited resources that we're all facing, the proposed concept before you basically focused on our very core functions. What are the core functions in the Board of Supervisors office, and what are the core functions in the County Executive Office? Obviously, the board is charged with a wide range of municipal type and county-wide responsibilities. They oversee policy direction with respect to finance, operations, and day-to-day county business. The County Executive Office, of course, is charged with providing organizational direction and leadership, but also implementing the policies as put forth by the board. In addition, a very important function that are integrated between the boards and the County Executive Office is the County Executive Office develops the county budget and oversees county finances within the framework and policies provided by the Board of Supervisors. So in terms of moving forward, our goal was really to focus on those core functions. What do we have to do? What is the most important to us? Align our organizational resources to best address those core functions and priorities, plan for some business continuity as our workforce changes and as our operating environment changes in terms of the economy, in terms of what we're facing with labor issues, service delivery, and maintaining our ability to realize economies and take advantage of cost savings where we can. We have been very clear that we need a highly trained and skilled workforce to address these issues. We want to develop a flexible and sustainable staffing approach so that we have some business continuity over time. The proposed concept that you have before you today basically are not dramatic changes, but they do functionally provide for 4 divisions in the Board of Supervisor County Executive Office. That would include the Board of Supervisors functions, budget, finance, and general government, policy operations and research, labor relations and risk management, and then a newly created unit that we're terming today Emergency Services, Community Outreach, and Communications. In the Board of Supervisors, obviously, we would continue district support where there's administration of day-to-day board business, calendaring, scheduling meetings, providing that district support through your respective aides. The clerk of the board would continue assessment appeals and administrative and clerical support with respect to managing the agenda items, and coordinating those activities. The primary change here is that the previously dedicated Assistant County Executive Officer would be, the position would become a Principal Management Analyst, which would be a savings of about 30%. In addition, the focus of that position would be much more in addressing basic functional, be a more functional operations person and provide other support within the districts in terms of the county corporate perspective. We think having the management of the aides and management of county issues and communication with the districts is going to be very important as we move forward. The Community Outreach and OES unit basically provides consolidation of public communications and constituent support services. And I will get to an org chart, but I'm going to whip through these so you kind of know the frame-up. This basically is a shift that recognizes the required interaction between the Board of Supervisors, County Executive Office, and the communications that's so important both in emergency situations as well as in our day-to-day operations. This unit would be responsible for coordination of web and print communications, provide county newsletters, would also manage constituent response, track constituent responses on behalf of the board, but as well as the county in general. A lot of times we find that there is overlap in that a constituent may be addressing an issue with the county executive office, with the department, and then the board's office, and we think that process can be managed and tracked to eliminate some of the steps that tend to occur. The Budget and Finance unit, we're really looking at emphasizing the importance of this area. Your board has done a good job of providing oversight and policy direction with respect to fiscal and financial matters. We find that our day-to-day business is becoming more and more consumed with doing long-term fiscal planning, modeling, identifying future impacts, and planning for our infrastructure. I think I mentioned, or it was mentioned, that, really at this point we're doing a 2-year budget every year so that we can look at not just the modeling and the theoretical costs and revenues that we're projecting, but starting now we say, okay, so this is what we can fund this year, this is how we're funding staff and these services. Next year, what will we need to do this, and what are our revenues looking like? So it's becoming a much more refined but constant process. So we think that additional emphasis will serve the county well. Within this particular unit, we have also had the county budget administrator position become vacant. We are looking at broadening the responsibilities and providing a slightly higher level position here. They would be responsible for maintaining fiscal and management information and other administrative operational systems on a department-wide basis, provide for the oversight and direction in the county budget, including coordinating, forecasting revenues, expenditures, and some of that long-range fiscal planning that I just mentioned. This type of position is consistent with models used in other counties and would be a functional equivalent, and I think really it's a matter of going back and looking more closely at that salary structure of an existing position in Health and Human Services that provides this high-level financial oversight as well as some administrative responsibilities. Other minor adjustments in the division would occur really to align our resources with those financial responsibilities. The Policy Operations and Research Unit basically is our systems that are our day-to-day business, and they primarily have oversight and coordination by our principal management analysts. They work very closely with departments. They're working on alternative service delivery systems, working on the Placer admin manual. They sit on a range of countywide committees, the IT steering committee, the finance committee, and a number of others, and provide support to the departments, but also to the county executive office on a broad range of issues. Labor relations and risk management, also largely unchanged. We would be increasing the level of integration on ongoing costing for labor and benefits. As you know, risk management provides oversight in workers' compensation, general liability, and organizational development. That would not change. However, the current deputy in that area would be reporting directly to the county executive officer. This represents the model that would show functionally and some of the management positions that would have oversight in these areas. And what I really want to do is just walk you through it, because I think it would become more clear doing that. Can't find the little, let me try a different laser. So across here, those are the division titles: policy operations and research, budget and finance, risk management, and the Board of Supervisors support. On the upper right, you see the community outreach and OES. Within the community outreach and OES, just underneath there, you see OES, the Public Information Office, and community outreach. Those are a combination of all of OES staff, the Public Information Office, who provides day-to-day interaction with the primarily print media, but we believe there's opportunities to further that in the electronic media. It includes the senior board aide as well as one clerical position to basically integrate what we're communicating to the public and having a central place so that we maintain a constant, cohesive message out to the community. We think that's important in that every department has policies and procedures and perspectives. As CEO, Board of Supervisors, we think it's very important, one, for all the aides to have the same information as the analysts, as the board, on our projects and what's coming forward on the agendas. So we think consolidating this can help foster that communication and present a more comprehensive view to all of us. I think it's a more efficient way to manage some of the issues that come forward to the board and disseminate information out to the community. As you're probably aware, the Public Information Office is integral when emergencies occur. They are the front folks when there's a flood or a fire. We think that we can foster the communications with the public by using our community outreach piece. That would include some of the MAC, maintaining the MAC memberships, and addressing those issues that come forward from your individual districts. Obviously, the district aides are going to be key in this communication process and keeping those issues aligned with where that Public Information Office is. Further down where it says Board of Supervisors and support, you'll see the Board of Supervisors office with the Principal Management Analyst. I mentioned that when we were going through earlier slides. You see here, this remains the district board and constituent support. That includes the board administration and board aides. On the right, you see the clerk of the board. They would maintain their responsibilities with respect to clerking for the assessment, appeals, and administrative support, and managing the day-to-day agenda. As you move to the left, again, you'll note that the Deputy CEO reports up to the County Executive Officer. Those responsibilities under budget, finance, and general government would move under the existing assistant, myself, and the policy operations and research. You'll see under budget, finance, and general government, the budget and finance manager that I just mentioned. The budget and finance manager replaces an existing position that's currently titled county budget administrator. We would be looking at other orientations within the CEO's office within our existing funded allocations, but these are the bigger pieces of this. You'll see that redevelopment and economic development are moved up to report to the county executive officer. I see on the community outreach and OES, they basically serve both the Board of Supervisors in the public information function as well as the county executive office. So the primary changes, just to make it more succinct, is the creation of the community outreach OES office, the elimination of a department head budget position in the Board of Supervisors budget. That is not a currently funded position, so it doesn't necessarily result in immediate savings, but it does eliminate a department head position. The assistant CEO, recently vacated, is moved down to a principal management analyst as lead in the board office. The chief assistant CEO is not refilled. In fact, in today's budget, actually, you just approved it, so now it is not now allocated. It has been deallocated, as well as one admin secretary. And then the county budget administrator position is replaced with the budget and finance manager. Now I'm going to do this will show you how these changes occur. We do not have net new positions. In fact, we have reductions, and we have reductions in costs. But this is how this works. This was the original current structure that I showed you, with the deallocation of the chief assistant CEO. Community outreach and PIO go up there to the right. Economic and development and RDA are there on the left. The assistant CEO then takes responsibility for those in the green there and in the blue, which are basically finance and management and operations. The principal management analyst on the right assumes responsibility for the Board of Supervisors, administrative functions and aides, and the clerk of the board. And as I mentioned, the risk manager then reports to the county executive office. I think I have, let me go back. So that shows current to proposed structure in terms of how those start reorienting. So I've shown you now a couple of different orientations of how, one, this begins, what we're proposing, and then what the transition is. So we think there's some structural advantages to the proposed concept. It streamlines some of our work efforts and strengthens very important linkages between key operational areas. It takes advantage of some of those areas where we already have those linkages in place. It recognizes existing strengths, but also addresses some of the limitations of our existing structure. And we're able to address some of the challenges we're currently experiencing while maintaining our ability to manage and deliver services. And we strengthen those areas. I think, we've been able to identify those very core functions that we understand are important to the board. They're important in the county executive office, and emphasize those areas as we develop this structure. In addition, there is an ongoing cost savings to the county. Salary savings alone, about $30,000 with these changes, not counting the elimination of the chief assistant county executive officer and the admin secretary that occurred with your action today on the final budget. So with that, we are somewhere between $350,000 and $400,000. So with that, I'd like you to consider the proposed organizational structure, provide any direction, and then approve in concept or provide alternative direction to staff to return with appropriate ordinances, resolutions, and other actions to implement those changes. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Supervisor Wygant.
Holly, first of all, compliment over all the years as it relates to the budgets and the numbers, but that's what my question is in regards to based on something you said. And I know we've done some really good long-term financial forecasting, which I think has been essential to the success that we've enjoyed. But you mentioned this 2-year sort of budgetary mindset, which sounds a little bit different. So just to get kind of a practical pulse on all of that for me personally, knowing that we're looking out 5 years as well. But so today we just adopted a very formal, detailed budget for the 10-11 fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean you have something that's very similar to that already pretty well laid out for 11-12?
Well, yes, we do. We could not publish another proposed budget tomorrow, but what it does is it sets our platform for the upcoming year. What will be our operational expenses based on currently filled positions, what we anticipate in retirements, what we are anticipating in our primary revenues, and I'm going to say property tax is huge, motor vehicle in lieu, and some of those discretionary revenues that we utilize to plug the holes, frankly. So, yes, we are right now, in fact, we'll be reviewing tomorrow, the 2-year operating budget for the general fund, public safety, and road fund and library fund. So internally, we do that because we want to know what we need at the end of the year to maintain our operations.
So from your comments, if there's any change, it's just that that second year out is probably more beefed up, more detailed, more well thought out.
Absolutely. We are still, and I think it's critical that we continue the 5-year and beyond look. You know, the further out you go, the more theoretical it is. And what we found is just adding on another year based on kind of loose assumptions really doesn't get us where we need to go to plan more specifically for the upcoming year. So the 2-year look is really just a planning tool for us, as is the 5-year and beyond, but you know, the closer you are, the more you know what you need to do to fine-tune it. And as we come forward to your board typically in December and or in February to get that strategic direction, it's truly based on those early numbers that we've developed and some of the projections, so we know if we have to react, recommend critical changes either in staffing or other expenditures.
Thanks and congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. It took what's a very, very complicated thing and made it a lot clearer than it was.
Good.
Your slides weren't numbered, so if I could ask you to go back to this slide.
Yes. Well, you know, I numbered my own, and I realized not until it was right up here that
there we go.
They
Perfect.
didn't have something to coincide.
Just a couple of clarifications on some of these positions. On the community outreach OES side, the community outreach, if I understood what you said correctly, that community outreach position will be handling the max. So will that be someone who is currently Board of Supervisors support?
Yes, that is a current Board of Supervisors support, the senior administrative aide, who actually handles many of those responsibilities in terms of, you know, MAC membership and coordinating, getting those to the board. It's a little different twist here that we're envisioning, and that is, you know, really the MACs have been serving as our window to the communities, and we think we can utilize that relationship a little more effectively in terms of getting information out, providing some of the messages that we think are important for the public to know. There's other ministerial duties that may be associated with that I think as we move forward will be worked out. But that is truly the role of that senior administrative aide, would be to provide those linkages with the board's office, the board's priorities, the issues that need to be managed within your own districts in conjunction with the aides to integrate that with some of our public information efforts.
So from a fiscal standpoint, will that position be being taken off the Board of Supervisors line item and move to this new community outreach OAS line item? Or will they continue to serve dual roles both at the Board of Supervisors and at this new entity?
Yeah, they would serve dual roles, at least through the end of this fiscal year. We would maintain the positions in the existing budget units, and then we would consolidate or reorient the budget units to reflect the actual orientation of staff.
Okay. Two other things, just very quickly. I'm really pleased to see labor relations taken off the Board of Supervisors line there, because as the staff report says, that office, that position is charged with acting as the board's liaison with the public, county departments, and other agencies. And I think there's been a little bit of a conflict between having that person, that role involved in labor relations negotiations, and still trying to be the liaison between staff and the board. It was a little bit of a conflict that I think this addresses, and I'm glad to see that change.
Yeah, well, and thank you, and I think it probably is a good move. That's a hard job, and it requires being tough, and we've had some tough negotiations. At the same time, we think it is important for the board to have a primary representative that isn't, I'm going to say burdened, although that may not be the right word, with some of those sorts of issues as they're representing the board out in the community.
And then my last question is probably just paranoia, but on the policy, operations, and research side, the Tahoe Services Principal Management Analyst box is just a slightly different color than everything else. Does that have any significance?
It really doesn't. The Tahoe Services... It's blue. Keep Tahoe blue.
Okay.
The Tahoe Services Principal Management Analyst is a little different, and that's really what it denotes. It doesn't warrant any paranoia or anything. Really what it is the Health and Justice and Land Use and Governance Principal Management Analysts really work day to day on departmental operations, policy, and work very closely with that departmental staff. The Tahoe Services Principal Management Analyst has a somewhat different role in that they're really coordinating the work of many, many different departments in a much more disparate way and bringing them together, and has functional responsibilities that would not occur in the other two. Nonetheless, I think they all operate at a high level and represent those areas well. So the little difference is just that, just a little different.
Okay, excellent. Paranoia allayed. Thank you.
Questions by other board members? Seeing none, members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Okay, we are being asked to consider approving proposed organizational changes to the Board of Supervisors County Executive Office in concept, direct staff to return with necessary formal actions, including all ordinance changes, job specs, all those fun things. Do we have that motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion Rockholm, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take the item number 9 in our agenda, which is the correctional facility contract change. Number of people here to address that one item, so let's get that item done and get them on their way. Morning, Joel.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mueller, members of the board. Again, Joel Swift, Deputy Director of Facility Services. I have with me today also Renee Harvey, our Correctional Food Services Manager, and Robin Holtz, with our Capital Improvements Manager, as well as Steve Pecor, Chief Relation Officer. It is recommended that your board approve and authorize the chairman to execute contract change order number 20 for food service equipment for the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility in the amount of $1,793,000. And also approve the attached budget revisions shifting the same amount of appropriations from the Burton Creek Justice Center project to this project. As a real brief update to your board on the progress of the project, the design phase is now complete, and construction is moving forward with occupancy slated for 2012. To date, there have been 16 other change orders approved to facilitate required design revisions totaling around $2.8 million, and several other changes currently in negotiation with our contracting team. The change orders issued to date were anticipated in the project budget contingencies, and during the design process of the project team evaluated numerous value engineering options and alternatives, and in developing today's recommendation, that team looked especially closely at long-term costs of operations of the facility while evaluating potential changes to the scope of the project. Many of the other value engineering items reduce the construction costs. However, this proposed change in scope increases the construction cost of the project in order to exercise long-term operational savings. As part of the project, a new correctional food service facility is being constructed. This facility replaces the current facility in Auburn, which is 20 years old, and the current facility was designed to serve up to 1,800 meals, and through the operations, they currently provide roughly 2,300 meals per day, and that's by using 2 shifts of staff and inmates. The South Placer facility would be able to produce upwards of 8,000 meals a day with 1 shift of staff. This facility, the new facility, provides the means of production and food storage that maximizes the efficient delivery of meals required for the entire system. And again, major design consideration included staffing costs, equipment efficiency, bulk food storage, purchasing, being able to leverage the purchasing and life cycle costs. The probation department estimates that the operating efficiency of the new kitchen with this change order in place would result in 4 fewer full-time staff positions than would be required without the change order. There would be 3 additional staff from the current staffing, but instead of 7, it would be 3. Furthermore, the added storage capacity provided by this equipment, high-density storing and other parts of this equipment purchase, enhances the buying power of food service management by at least 10% by taking advantage of large order discounts, fewer deliveries. The original project contract with McCarthy included an allowance of $3 million. That allowance was based on preliminary conceptual guidelines developed by the team, which was essentially an estimate, and was based on the current 2-shift operation of the existing Auburn jail, so that same methodology. And again, the proposed cost is derived from very specific design layouts, actual equipment specifications, and includes all installation tax delivery charges for an additional cost of $1,793,000. In accordance with Section 20142 of the Public Contract Code, your board's approval is required for any change order in excess of $150,000. And in order to proceed with the acquisition and installation of the required food service equipment, it is therefore recommended that your board approve this change order in the amount of $1,793,000, and is further recommended that your board approve the budget revision shifting those funds to the project. Again, Renee is here, our food service manager, if there's any questions about the operation of the kitchen, either current or proposed. And Rob, as our capital improvements manager, can answer any specific questions regarding the capital improvements plan. And with that, I'd like to turn it back to your board for any questions.
Questions by board members? Jennifer?
Thank you, Rob. As you know, I had some concerns about this item. I think it's fantastic that it's going to be saving the county money long-term. My concern, of course, is taking $1.8 million roughly from allocated to the Burton Creek facility rebuild at some point in the future, and moving it to South Placer. I did have a number of very constructive conversations with Sheriff Bonner, and we came to the agreement that while we still have some real concerns about the $1.8 million being moved from Burton Creek to South Placer, it is something we can live with. But that something I would like to ask this board to support in principle, if not with a specific motion, is that any monies that we save up to this $1.793 on the South Placer project be redirected back to Burton Creek for future use on that facility. So I will be able to support this today, but I would like to get on record that it is both my wish and the wish of Sheriff Bonner that that be presented to the board.
Okay. Any other comments or questions by board members? Any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Okay. Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I just wanted to thank Ms. Harvey for her input, the lady that actually runs the operation. It's great to have someone in there that actually knows what needs to be done, and her advice has been followed. So thank you for your input.
You're welcome.
And I move approval.
The motion, Holmes, second, Rockholm. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Oh, we sure do, don't we? I'm sorry, it's a budget revision. My apologies. Yes, roll call, please.
Holmes? Aye. Rockholm? Wygant? Montgomery? Yes. Euler?
Aye. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, now we will take the 10:30 timed item, letting half of the audience head on their merry way now that that item's over. 3/4 of the audience head on their merry way now that that item's over. Morning, Wes.
Good morning, Mr. Euler, members of the board. Wes Zicker from Engineering and Surveying. With me is Dan Datai, our engineering manager, who oversees plan check services to the county's development community. This item was originally scheduled for your board on July 13th on the consent calendar. Based on comments received from the Building Industry Association, we asked the board to take it off consent, reschedule it to allow time to discuss this with the BIA. The requested increase is a request to increase the annual construction cost index that is the basis for our plan check fees. The recommended increase per the county code is 1.6% for the current fiscal year. I met with the BIA representative, Mr. Rogers, on September 1st. We had a lengthy, long-ranging conversation about development processes and things of that sort. I think I can characterize his reaction to this increase is that he wasn't necessarily supportive, but he wouldn't object because, assuming the county would exercise due diligence in efficiencies, staffing, and in processing the improvement plans. I left him with that understanding and explained some of the things that we have implemented at the board's direction, and it was a very good discussion, I think. I did follow it up with an email to him about a week and a half later for any further comments. If he had had a chance to poll the membership of the BIA, I have not had any further response or comments from him. The staff believes that the process improvements we've put in place respond to the BIA's concerns. There's a number of issues that we have taken into consideration to do this, and we continue to improve and try to manage our process. I guess a final comment is even with this 1.6% increase, this will not be a full cost recovery situation for our department or the county, but it will help to maintain the current situation with the costs that we do, the revenue we do receive for plan checking. So with that, if Dan or I can answer any questions, be happy to answer them. We would request your approval of this 1.6% increase.
Questions by board members? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing. We'll open it up to any member of the public who wishes to address the board on this item. Okay, we'll close public hearing, bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
Okay, motion, Rockholm, second by Montgomery to approve the item. Roll call, please.
Rockholm? Wygant? Holmes?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Euler?
No. Thank you. Okay, we will take up department head item number 10, Health and Human Services. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Mark Starr, Director of Community Health Clinics and Animal Services for the county. Item 10 is to request that you approve a contract with the California Department of Public Health for operation of the Women, Infants, and Children program, also known as WIC, in Placer County during the current fiscal year, in the maximum amount of $1,327,750. Also asking that you authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign this contract and any subsequent amendments. This is a fully federally funded program by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, managed through the California Department of Public Health. No county general fund is required for this, and it is in our current final budget. The Placer County Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, WIC, provides participants with access to scientifically selected nutrient-rich foods and information on healthy eating. The program serves pregnant women, new mothers, infants, and young children up to age 5 who are low income and determined to be at nutritional risk by a healthcare professional. Our WIC program provides services in 4 general areas. The first area is nutrition and health education. This includes the new Healthy Eating for Life approach, and these education services range from individual counseling sessions to cooking classes to help new moms learn how to cook in healthy ways. The second area is we provide help finding health care and other services in the county. A third general area of the WIC program is breastfeeding support, and this is an expanding program within WIC and a very important one for early infant nutrition. And the fourth area is probably the most well-known, is WIC provides vouchers for foods from local grocers. These vouchers are good only for specific high-nutrient foods targeted to supplement the diets of children, infants, and breastfeeding women. These supplemental items allow them to have 3 healthy, balanced meals a day, providing the high-nutrient foods that they need, such as fruits, vegetables, whole grains, cereals, milk, cheese, eggs, juice, and other similar items. For those that don't breastfeed, they receive vouchers for infant formula that meet about 2/3 of their monthly needs. Over $3 million in vouchers each year contribute to an estimated $4.6 million economic impact to local businesses in Placer County. And our WIC program partners with the local agriculture community, including local farmers markets. Research has shown that for every dollar spent on WIC, results in an estimated savings of nearly $2.50 in infant health care costs, and this is just in the first 2 months of life. Children under age 3 who receive WIC are more likely to be in good health than children who are similarly eligible but don't get these services. And WIC decreases the risks of developmental delays, helping children to be ready to learn when they enter school. Due to the hard work of our WIC team and the increasing need in the community, the allocation for this program has increased steadily over the last 4 years. It's now over 50% larger than it was in fiscal year 07-08. We currently serve over 4,300 clients each month at our 4 locations, and we expect this to reach 4,400 by the end of this fiscal year. Our offices are in Kings Beach, Auburn, Roseville, and in Lincoln at the Lighthouse. You may recall that the WIC allocation is typically included in Placer County's consolidated contract with the California Department of Public Health. The new version of that multi-year contract, which includes 7 other programs, will supersede this bridge contract when it is finished later this year. So in the meantime, this WIC contract before you today will allow prompt reimbursement from the Department of Public Health for the WIC services provided in Placer County. And I'm certainly available for questions.
Board members have any questions? Seeing none, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? All right. Second. Motion Wygant, second Rockholm, in order to approve the contract with the California Department of Public Health for the operation of the WIC program. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? None. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our final department head item for the morning. Unless Mr. Kratz has shaved and sprouted 6 inches, you're not
Things
him.
have changed. Sorry.
Here he is.
Ah, there he is.
Oh, there we go. Go ahead.
I did. Sorry. Thanks for your time. Here for item number 11. Peter Kratz with Public Works. This item consists of asking for your board approval of PSA number 1095 with Dock Engineering for design, permitting, and public outreach of the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project for just over $4.6 million. Quickly, let me go through this. The background of this project is that it's located in the north shore of Lake Tahoe in the unincorporated community of Kings Beach. Goals of the project are to improve pedestrian and bicycle mobility, improve stormwater runoff quality, and improve streetscape aesthetics. Much of the project straddles a 1-mile section of State Route 28 that bisects the community. How we got here today, back in June 2010 of this year, obviously, in conjunction with the Department of Administrative Services, consulting services were solicited through a request for proposal. 2 proposals were received, and Dock Engineering, along with their proposed team of sub-consultants, were considered the most experienced and qualified to perform the requested work. Four sub-consultants on the design team are from the region, including Reno, Nevada, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and Tahoe City, California. The agreement is exempt from CEQA, and the project itself has received environmental clearance and approvals through NEPA, CEQA, and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. The total project cost is estimated at $45 million, with construction costs estimated at $36 million. Funding for this agreement and the associated work has been secured through State Transportation Improvement Program, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, and Placer County Redevelopment Agency. Funding for the effort is included in the department's 10-11 fiscal year budget. So the formal request of your board is to adopt a resolution authorizing the chairman to sign and approve PSA number 1095 with Dawkins Engineering. And for the public record, a little slight change with our board item today is that since this board memo went into your packet, Caltrans engaged with us, and they have some final administrative changes to the contract, and this should not change your ability to ask for your approval and resolution, but we have to make some minor amendments to the contract that's in your board packet today, bring it back through county council and risk management review and approval. Some of the examples of these changes are like period of performance, allowable cost and payments, just basic administrative language that they have requested, made changes. One of the bigger changes, which is a cost savings, is a fixed fee rate was 11% for this item. For subconsultants, it's been reduced to 10%, which reduces the total contract amount down $40,000. So we'll need to amend the contract with these with these requests from Caltrans, and through County Council and Risk Management Review and Approval, we will bring to the chairman for signature at a later date. But today's action does not change any of that, those efforts that we need to do after today. So with that, I ask for your approval of this item, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members have any questions? Seeing none, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? All right, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion, Supervisor Montgomery, second by Supervisor Holmes, to adopt the resolution approving the professional services agreement with Dawkins Engineering, the amount of $4,642,339, and the all-important 79 cents. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We do have some closed session items for the board to consider.
The board will now take up the items on page 3, number 12. It's agenda closed session. There are 2 existing litigation matters. There may be some discussion of labor. We'll report back when we come back at 1:30 for the appeal this afternoon.
Thank you.
It's your choice. It's your turn.
This afternoon, we're going to go ahead and call the September 28th meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors back to order. Since we have completed all of our department head items and all of our other timed items, our 1:30 timed items, for which most of you are here, is our last remaining action item. However, County Council does need to report out the results of our closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board went into closed session at the close of the morning session. It took up the 2 litigation matters identified on page 3, items 12. The board has received a report on those 2 matters. The board also had a very brief discussion with regards to the status of DSA negotiations. That closes this report.
Thank you very much. All right, the hour of 1:30 having arrived, the board can take up the CEDRA Planning third-party appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of conditional use permit for minor use permit and certification of final environmental impact report of the Bohemian retail project. Staff stands ready to give a report. Before I have you do that, however, some months ago, it was brought to my attention that there might be a concern about conflict of interest that might exist by virtue of a previous business relationship that an enterprise owned by Mr. Conkey had with my former employer, Solar Power Incorporated. I worked for Solar Power through July of last year, so about 14 months ago I separated from Solar Power, Inc. And having been made aware that people had concerns about this, I brought it to County Council's attention, asked County Council to look into this, and so I'm asking at this time, before we begin the staff's report, if County Council would report out on what their findings are as a result of looking into the, my request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, at your request some weeks ago, you brought this matter to our attention. The conclusion of my review of the facts and the law was pretty clear that I don't think there ever was a conflict, but certainly after you separated from your former firm over 14 months ago under the law of California, there is no conflict. You are free to engage in this proceeding today.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will go ahead and have staff begin with their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Johnson, with the Community Development Resource Agency. The project before you today is a third-party appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Bohemian retail project. The entitlements included that are being appealed include the conditional use permit, the minor use permit, and the certification of the final EIR. Today's presentation will be made by Jerry Haas.
Afternoon, Jerry.
Morning. Or afternoon, sorry. I'm just a little nervous is all. Afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Your Honorable Board. This is the Bohemian Retail Project, as Michael mentioned. These are the entitlements that are being requested and have been approved by the Planning Commission. Conditional use permit for the retail structure, 155,000 square foot big box retail with an accessory fueling station. A minor use permit for an off-site sign. This would be a sign on the northeast corner of State Route 49 and Hulbert Way that would direct State Route 49 traffic up Hulbert Way to the project site, which quite honestly is not visible from the highway. This is an aerial view of the project site. It's located on the east side of State Route 49, just south of the Union Pacific Railroad tracks along here, and north of Luther Road, which is down here. The project site is zoned commercial plan development, a zone district that continues to the north and south of the site along 49 here. The project site forms the eastern boundary of an extensive commercial corridor that runs the length of State Route 49 from the Auburn city limits at Nevada Street all the way through north of Bell Road. The site abuts single-family residential zoning to the north and the east, and industrial zoning to the south, and commercial zoning to the west. This is an historic aerial photo which shows the former Cal Ida lumber mill on the site. This is the lumber mill that eventually became the Bohemian Lumber Mill Company in 1978. The Bohemian Lumber Company operated on the site until about 1983 when there was a fire. Most of the buildings burned down and the site's been vacant since that time. A few requests have been proposed on this site since that time. Notably, a similar proposal for Walmart was approved by the board, supervisors, but was later withdrawn by the applicant. Most recently, the Planning Commission approved a 114-lot residential subdivision on the site, but the applicant withdrew the application prior to completion of the final map, or the rezoning actually, due to the housing market crash of 2007. These are some current photos of the site, which contains a mix of native and non-native grasses, shrubs, and trees. As you can see in these photos, the site retains evidence of the former use of the site. You'll see building slabs there. You'll see paved areas and roadways. The primary access to the site is proposed at Hulbert and State Route 49, with an emergency access proposed up here at Canal Street near its intersection with Aaron. The applicant would also be, the project would include basic site improvements, utilities, paving, parking, landscaping. These are things that would be required of any commercial project in the area. The applicant would also be required to pay a fair share into several capital improvement program fees that would fund future roadway improvements. At this point, a tenant is not identified. However, the end user could be a discount club store, a discount superstore, a home improvement center, or a general retailer. This is the proposed site plan. The building would occupy the northeastern portion of the site. The fueling station is shown down here at the southwestern portion of the site. The parking lot and the perimeter landscaping will make up the remainder of the site. You all have a copy of the staff report which summarizes the anticipated environmental impacts and analyzes mitigation measures for those impacts. There were 3 alternatives that were proposed for this project. There was the CEQA-required no project alternative, a no Canal Street access alternative, and a mixed-use alternative, all 3 of which were analyzed in the EIR. While the mixed-use alternative was found to be the environmentally superior alternative, it fails to reduce traffic and air quality impacts to less than significant levels, and therefore CEQA does not require the adoption of this alternative. It's important to note that the same significant and unavoidable impacts, those to traffic and air quality, would have existed under the mixed-use alternative and also would have existed if the Bohemia residential subdivision was constructed on the site. As stated in the staff report, the remainder of the potential environmental impacts are all reduced to less than significant levels, with mitigation measures proposed in the EIR, and most of which have become, or actually all of which have become conditions of approval for the project. Following the Planning Commission approval of the Bohemia retail project on July 8th, Placer County received an appeal, which is attached to your staff reports as Exhibit 1. The appeal challenges the EIR as inadequate on the grounds that it does not provide meaningful analysis of the potential air quality, traffic, and fiscal impacts associated with the project. In response to the appeal, the staff report addresses each issue, relying on information that's contained in the draft EIR, as well as subsequent analysis and discussion provided by individual consultants and incorporated into the public record in the form of an addition, A with an A, to the final EIR. This addition is attached in your staff reports as Exhibit 8. I'd like to briefly summarize staff's response to the appeal, beginning with the assertion that the EIR does not provide meaningful analysis of the air quality impacts associated with no Canal Street access alternative, which is actually now the project. The assumption that impacts to air quality would be greater with the no Canal Street access alternative is based on the fact that the alternative would generate additional traffic at the primary access on Hulbert Way. When Canal Street's closed, you'll have 15% of the total traffic now being redirected down here to Hulbert Way and 49. This alternative would result, as I said, in an estimated 15% of an increase on Canal Street, but the alternative would not result in new or additional traffic. It simply concentrate the traffic at the single location. To put this impact in perspective, the traffic impacts associated with the originally proposed project, that with 2 accesses, the traffic delay at State Route 49 and Hulbert Way intersection during the PM peak hour, the very worst case scenario, would be about 25 seconds delay. When you close Canal Street, the primary access would see an increase in delay about an additional second. So that's the total of the impact. This very slight increase in delay would have a correspondingly very slight increase in the concentration of emissions at the primary access, and the final EIR has been revised to note this change. The slight increase in the concentration of emissions does not result in a new impact that has not already been identified and mitigated in the final EIR. The appeal also asserts that the fiscal impact analysis is inadequate because it relies on outdated information and a deficient trade area model for the project. The fiscal impact analysis was prepared by Economic Research Associates and was based on information that was current as of January 2009. At least 4 pages of the analysis are dedicated to the current economic recession, which I'm told ended last year, including an account of the forecasted figures for economic growth being adjusted downward as a result of the recession. The trade area model is intended to encompass those areas not currently served by similar retail projects. This eliminated all areas south and west of Loomis because they are already served by big box retail that exists in the Rockland and Roseville area. It is assumed that consumers will travel to the nearest destination to shop at their preferred retailers. One quick note about the fiscal impacts associated with this project. It is assumed that some businesses, within the fiscal impact analysis, it's assumed that some businesses will fail as a result of the Bohemia retail project. This is not a fact that staff has denied or ignored. The fact of the matter is that the fiscal impact analysis demonstrates that there is sufficient consumer demand in the Auburn area to ensure that new tenants can effectively compete with the project in other retail areas. The analysis concludes that the project will not result in urban decay because, among other things, the project will create shopping opportunities which will attract customers from the Grass Valley area and trade area residents who currently travel to places like Roseville or Rockland to shop. This will likely have a positive spillover effect on existing businesses and retailers in the Auburn area due to the additional customer traffic. Finally, the appeal asserts that the EIR is flawed as it relies on a deficient cumulative impacts analysis in regards to potential impacts associated with the No Canal Street access as opposed to the originally proposed dual access project. As I've already mentioned, the No Canal Street access alternative does not create any additional traffic and therefore would not result in new traffic, air quality, or noise impacts. As stated in the staff report, we have determined that the project is consistent with the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan, land use designation, and with the site zoning, both of which are commercial. As shown in the EIR, all potential impacts, environmental impacts, are considered less than significant with or without mitigation, aside from certain traffic and air quality impacts. These significant unavoidable impacts to area traffic and to cumulative air quality are considered acceptable as stated in the Statement of Overriding Considerations. It's attached to the staff report. In total, there are 136 conditions of approval for this project, which will ensure that the project impacts to adjacent neighboring properties and to the community at large will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or security of the community. Staff recommends that your board deny the appeal and approve the conditional use permit and the minor use permit based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval that are contained therein. Additionally, staff recommends that your board take action to certify the final EIR and adopt the findings of fact in the Statement of Overriding Consideration. And that concludes the staff report, unless you have questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Holmes has a question for you, I believe.
Thank you, Jerry. It sounds like you've given this presentation before.
Once or twice. I should have been able to recite it without reading.
The housing project that was in there was approved by the planning department, correct?
That's correct.
And did you say that the air impacts, quality impacts caused by the housing project would be the same as this project?
Yeah, that's true. Both the air quality and traffic impacts were significant and avoidable with that project as they are with this one. We're just at a point now where anything more adds incrementally to the impacts out there.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Any other board members have any questions? Supervisor Montgomery?
Just, I think, a technical question, Jerry, for right now. You say there's 136 conditions of approval. Can we add conditions of approval if that's something that we chose to do as a board?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And I wanted to make sure that I heard a couple of things correctly. I believe that you said that the air quality and traffic impacts were the same for the proposed mixed-use alternative as they are for the big box alternative?
They might have varied slightly, but in either case, they were significant and unavoidable. There's just no way of getting around that issue with the mixed-use alternative. CEQA doesn't require the adoption of an environmentally superior alternative unless it can reduce significant and unavoidable impacts to a less than significant level. So.
Okay. And then I also wanted to make sure that I understood that the project as originally proposed with the Canal Street access would have resulted in a 25-second delay at 49 and Hulbert. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is this is only during the peak hour, the very worst case scenario, the peak hour.
In the afternoon, okay. And the project, as it stands today, which is the No Canal Street project, would be 26 seconds?
Yep, just about that. 25.7, I think, is what it works out to. Essentially, you just taking 15% of the trips that would come up here, and they're coming up this way, and if you parse it out throughout the course of a day, it results in about a 1.5 second delay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by board members? I might point out that the dais is additionally adorned this afternoon in honor of Supervisor Montgomery's anniversary today, so hence the flowers there on the end. That's why.
Happy anniversary.
No one died.
Yet. Yes. That's why those are there. Thank you very much. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to hear from the appellants first. We are going to allot 15 minutes for the formal presentation by the appellants, and then 15 minutes for the formal presentation by the applicants. After hearing from the appellants and the applicants, the board We'll have an opportunity to ask questions of both the appellants and the applicants, and then at that point, we will open up the public hearing in which any member of the public that wishes to speak will have their 3 minutes to do so. So we begin this afternoon with the appellants. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tal Finney. I represent the appellants today. Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Chief Executive, Mr. County Counsel, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We're here to point out a number of issues that either have not yet been submitted or highlight those that have been submitted. I first want to state that the legal basis, by the way, my name is Tal Finney. I'm with the law firm of Dongell, D-O-N-G-E-L-L, Lawrence with a W, and Finney, F-I-N-N-E-Y, L-L-P. Okay? Tal, T-A-L, last name's Finney, F-I-N-N-E-Y. The legal basis for the appeal is the Planning Commission's improper approval of the project final environmental impact report due to its legally deficient analysis regarding air quality, urban decay analysis, cumulative impacts of the No Canal Street project, and as we stated at the Planning Commission meeting back in July, deficient analysis and mitigation plans for naturally occurring asbestos in this region, which has a very high level of naturally occurring asbestos. As such, I incorporate by reference our letter to the Planning Commission meeting of July 8th, 2010. Starting with NOAA, naturally occurring asbestos, it includes a group of minerals commonly found in ultramafic and serpentine rock formations. This is, I think, still currently the state rock. They're working on legislation to remove it, which means it gets the same protection as old-growth redwoods. But anyway, it's quite pretty, actually. They have a whole bunch of it right in front of the state EPA building. NOAA can be released when rock is crushed or broken, and is also released due to weathering and erosion. Once released, NOAA can become airborne, and all forms of asbestos, we know, whether they're industrial or natural, can cause serious health effects, cancer, respiratory disease, mesothelioma, etc. Naturally occurring asbestos is prevalent in at least 44 of California's 58 counties, which may include Placer County, and indeed does here. If you take a look at the map that has been included in the materials, it appears that this particular site is sitting on a motherlode of this material. However, having stated that, the Bohemian project's draft EIR states, and it went through with the final, that the geotechnical report prepared for the project site in 2004 indicates that, with the exception of a trace amount of chrysotile in one sample, less than 1%, NOAA was not present on site, and mineralogical analysis did not reveal the presence of NOAA. See Appendix N is what it refers to. However, although unlikely, the potential still exists for airborne NOAA to result in adverse impacts to sensitive receptors during construction activities. This is through pages 9 through 14. It does state again in the report on page 5 that with the exception of a trace amount less than 1% in one collected sample, I just quoted from that, but just further down on the page it states that with the exception of the trace amount, the mineralogical testing of the rock samples did not detect the presence of asbestos minerals. Special grading requirements for soil and rock, as required by the Placer County Environmental Health Department, where NOAA minerals are present, will likely not be needed during grading and other site improvements. However, due to the limited nature of our exploration, the possibility of encountering localized areas of asbestos-containing rock during grading cannot be ruled out. Okay, our geologists should be on site during mass grading to continue the presence of asbestos-containing rock. Again, it states at page 7, this is the report prepared by Espana Geotechnical Consulting for this particular project. Page 7, it says, although only trace amounts were identified in our laboratory testing program, the probability of greater amounts of NOAA being encountered during grading operations cannot be excluded based on our limited number of subsurface investigation points and rock NOAA tests. And it gets into a number of things that they have concerns and how to try to address that. I want to point out that despite the clear potential for airborne NOAA to result in adverse impacts, the final EIR fails to provide any data supporting the conclusion that there is a purported trace amount of NOAA in one sample or no NOAA in the mineralogical analysis. The Espana Geotechnical Investigation Report, prepared in December of 2004, and attached to the draft EIR as Appendix O, illogically does not contain any foundational data, and refers to this Appendix N. Okay. Unfortunately, there is no Appendix N in the Espana report. It refers to an Appendix Roman numeral 2, which itself does not appear attached to this. And again, going back to CEQA, and the Bakersfield Citizens case, which was seminal in kind of laying out what CEQA was about, it's supposed to provide that an ERM must include detail sufficient to enable those who did not participate in its preparation to understand and to consider meaningfully the issues raised by the proposed project. Thus, the omission of relevant information can preclude informed decision-making and informed public participation, regardless of whether a different outcome would have resulted if the public agency had complied with the disclosure requirements. That's the case here. Even if the public could figure out that they're really talking about Appendix Roman numeral 2 instead of Appendix N, that appendix itself is not attached to the Espana report that we were able to see. Now, having stated that, the neighboring El Dorado County has the same problem. This is a very high concentrated NOAA area. They've developed relatively stringent county NOAA guidelines. Here in this county, you go along with what's called the Asbestos Toxic Control Measure, ATCMs. That's Title 7 of the California Code of Regulations at Sections 93.105 and 93.106. El Dorado's gone a step further and adopted their own fugitive dust measure, which I think is the most progressive in the country. But even having said that, you have these measures in place. The fact that they're not as stringent here necessarily, and then also the inability to find this data, to have the regular member of the public, reasonable member of the public be able to find this data, it does not allow the county to make the informed decision about the significance of on-site NOAA and any appropriate mitigation measures. So this is one of the things I wanted to point out. Another area I wanted to get into was the deficient air quality analysis. The EIR utterly fails to provide a meaningful analysis of air quality impacts expected under the No Canal Street project. When an EIR fails to disclose the extent of the negative environmental effects of a proposed project, mitigation measures and alternatives cannot even be considered. Thus, the EIR failed to meet the most basic standard of providing information to enable the public and the decision makers, the Board of Supervisors, to evaluate the known physical environmental impacts of the project. It clearly states that, quote, implementation of the project will result in significant impacts in regard to air quality. That's the final EIR, Chapter 1, page 12. It continues that, quote, because under the No Canal Street alternative is projected to increase traffic congestion at the primary access, and CO emissions are directly related to traffic congestion, the under No Canal Street alternative would have greater impacts as compared to the proposed project, end quote, and that more air pollutants would be, quote, emitted by the No Canal Street alternative project-related traffic. This is at the draft ERR, Chapter 17, page 10. This point is plainly reflected in Table 17.2, which shows that the No Canal Street alternative will result in greater air quality impacts than the proposed project, and the proposed project has significant and unavoidable air quality impacts. Despite the concession that the No Canal Street alternative will have grave air quality impacts, neither the DEIR alternative chapter nor the air quality analysis chapter provide any data regarding this alternative's increase in pollutants or analysis regarding the greater air quality impacts. This is significant. Basically, again, we have, there's no way to assess the extent to which the No Canal Street alternative negatively impacts air quality because there is no data has been provided. This blatant lack of information fails to meet CEQA's informational threshold under the Bakersfield case. The final EIR's enhanced analysis of the No Canal Street alternative also failed to provide any data regarding the increased air quality impacts, yet somehow concluded that the impacts would be less than significant. Without the data pertaining to the greater impact, the public and the reviewing body cannot assess, let alone conclude, that impacts would be less than significant and whether any mitigation measures may be appropriate. This complete lack of data pertaining to impacts that are known to be more significant than a project that is already significant and unavoidable utterly fails to meet CEQA's information threshold. In response to this appeal, Placer County prepared an addition to the final EIR, we just heard from your staff, that conceded that it failed to provide any data about the project, which was the No Canal Street alternative's increased air quality impacts. The addition blatantly maintained that it could not even justify an, quote, analysis for the primary access intersection, end quote, as seemingly the analysis of other intersections were sufficient and there could be no long-term problem associated with increased air emissions because car engines get cleaner and cleaner. That's a quote from the addition. Addition to the final EIR at page 2 to 5. Ultimately, the addition's excuse for failing to provide air emissions data for the primary access point to the project is that since there may not be a change in the number of vehicle trips between the original project and the No Canal Street alternative, quote, regional emissions generated by the operation of the proposed project would not change, end quote. Again, final EIR at page 2 to 5 at the addition there. However, the addition takes great lengths to clarify that there is, quote, slightly greater concentrations of emissions in regards to air quality, end quote, despite failing to provide any data so that the public can itself determine the effect of this greater concentration of emissions on public health and the environment. Incongruously, the addition argues both that there are no changes in regional air quality, but that there is a slightly greater impact on air quality due to the No Canal Street alternative, and in both cases failed to provide any data to support either conclusion. The law is clear that courts have favored specificity and the use of detail in EIRs since A, conclusory statements unsupported by empirical or experimental data, scientific authorities, or explanatory information of any kind not only fail to crystallize issues but afford no basis for a comparison of the problems involved with the proposed project and the difficulties involved in the alternatives. That's the Whitman case. The Planning Commission focused attention on Table 9-10 from the draft EIR, concluding that because new regional emissions of CO from project operations are modeled to be approximately 436 pounds per day, they do not meet the significant threshold of 550 pounds per day. The key word in that table is the word new. The EIR conspicuously omits any analysis of existing CO emissions, and thus we have no idea what the total, new plus existing, will be. When a project contributes 80% of the threshold in CO emissions, but the Planning Commission utterly fails to consider the cumulative impact with existing conditions, there is a total failure of analysis here. Moreover, the data in Appendix G, the traffic project that car trips in most but not all of the intersections near the site will result in an increase of less than 10% over existing conditions. Is it reasonable to say that if a project increases traffic by about 10% and those new trips generate 436 pounds of CO per day, that the total CO emissions in the vicinity of the site will be over about 4,700 pounds per day? The Planning Commission and the public, unfortunately, have no way of knowing. So we have the air quality issue. I want to now focus on the No Canal Street alternative will result in a slightly greater concentration of emissions in regard to air quality than the proposed project during operational activities, but would not result in any appreciably overall increase in air pollution emissions. While the addition goes to great lengths to quantify the length of increased traffic delays that will result in the No Canal Street alternative, there's no actual analysis of the actual increase in the concentrations of the CO. The assumption that a slight increase in localized emissions necessarily results in a slight increase in concentrations is just that, an assumption. The EIRs and additions' reliance on the hotspot analysis of the intersection of Bell Road and the new Airport Road also undermine the sufficiency of the EIR. The addition at page 2 and 4 cite to Impact 9-3 of the EIR. Its hotspot analysis is required for any project that would result in the degradation of LOS or at a signalized intersection to LOS E or worse. By limiting the analysis to signalized intersection, this approach conveniently focuses on intersections over 1 mile away and ignores LOS degradation from C to E at Luther Road and Canal Street, which is far closer to the site and thus more appropriate for analysis. Furthermore, no explanation is offered as to why the hotspot analysis must be limited only to signalized intersections, especially in light of the residential neighborhood and the sensitive receptors near this closer intersection, rendering the Planning Commission's limitation arbitrary. Another major point, the ERA failed to consider Caltrans traffic analysis regarding one access point to the project. As a preliminary matter, a thorough review of Appendix G, over 500 pages long, reveals that there are no data for existing traffic conditions for the evening peak hours of 4 to 6 p.m. The appendix only provides data for the morning peak hour traffic levels. It is not speculative to note that a Walmart or a Costco or whatever of that kind of size will generate most new trips after 8 a.m., the cutoff for measurements of existing traffic in the environmental impact report. Without access to the raw traffic data for the PM peak hours or evening peak hours, neither the Planning Commission or the public can credibly estimate future evening traffic impacts from the project. As an interesting aside, Appendix G was prepared in December of 2009. The project developer has recently asserted that he has no fixed plans to build a Walmart at the site, and that specific references to a Walmart in EIR documentation are from old 1992 Army Corps documents. Yet someone told OmniMeans in December 2009 to refer specifically to the project as a Walmart. That's at Appendix G, page 520. Caltrans provided an analysis of project traffic impacts outlined in the draft EIR. Specifically, they expressed concern that the county ignored most of its traffic analysis. In the final EIR, the county appeared to again ignore several issues raised by Caltrans. Caltrans's concerns included, 1, the dramatic curves of roadways connecting the retail building and its parking to State Route 49. 2, the failure to consider access to the project site via New Airport Road. 3, that the county consider LOS, E, or F an acceptable target for certain intersections, and that 4, a dual left turn lane from southbound Route 49 to Holbert Way is needed to accommodate traffic from the Bohemian retail project and the existing Auburn Plaza project. Additional concerns they had are, 1, the project impacts at Route 49 intersection at Holbert Way and queuing in the southbound left turn lane. Synchro software analysis of the Route 49 Hulbert Way intersection raised a safety concern due to a maximum queue length that provides no deceleration length. 2, traffic volumes from the Auburn Plaza project as adding the Auburn Plaza volumes to the Bohemian retail volumes results in well above the threshold of 300 vehicles per hour for which a dual left turn lane is recommended or required. And finally, 3, striping at the T intersection appears to prohibit left turns from the Plaza to Hulbert Way. If this is the case, none of the vehicles at the Plaza will be able to turn left to go southbound at Route 49, but will be required to turn right northbound at the Southern Plaza driveway and then make a U-turn at either the Hulbert Way or a new Airport Road, Kemper Road signalized intersection. Finally, the Hulbert Way leg between Route 49 and the T intersection that leads to the Plaza and north of the Bohemia project is significantly constrained by narrowing from 2 lanes to 1 before the T intersection and should be widened to provide 2 lanes up to the T intersection.
Approximately how much more time do you think?
Oh, I could probably wrap it up here in another minute, Mr. Chairman. Is that okay? Thank you. So I'm going to move then to, so I wanted to, again, just point out that Caltrans raised significant concerns, and they have not been addressed. Fourth, the addition does not save the flawed and speculative urban decay analysis. The addition relies on what purports to be qualifying language in the ERA report, Appendix U to the EIR, suggesting that it has taken the recession into meaningful account. However, those assurances are not reflected in the actual analysis, and in most cases, the data conflict with generalized language. For example, the addition highlights a key observation that relied on adjusted 2006 per capita retail sales. The appeal noted that the ERA relied on data from 2006 and 07 with limited national, not local data from early 08. This key observation itself is based on 06 data, suffering the same flaws as outlined in the appeal. Likewise, the real income adjustments are overstated and dubious. Page 27 of Appendix U, ERA claims that it adjusted downward its assumptions about annual real income growth from the observed 1.9% per year to 0.2 to 0.3% per year. First, income growth typically does not occur in a recession by definition. Second, the adjustment is arbitrary. No explanation is given. Third, ERA defined the 1.9% figure from a source called, quote, striking it richer, end quote, describing the enormous growth in income disparity in the last decade. And that same source notes that by excluding the top 1% of all earners earning greater than $388,000 per year, only a handful of Placer County residents might earn this much or more. The more realistic pre-recession growth value was 1.1%. So the modeled income growth is overstated by 72%. Lastly, ERA did not use the stated 0.2 to 0.3% value, but instead used a value of nearly 3%, which is 10 times higher. And I'm going to leave it at that. I do have a letter that I would like to enter into the record with the supervisors. Thank you so much. And again, we are incorporated by reference our letter to the Planning Commission in our last meeting with them. So I appreciate the opportunity to address you today, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Finner, at this time by board members? Okay, seeing no questions.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now hear from the applicants. The appellant having gone about a minute long. Should the applicant need a little bit more time, that would be granted as well. Otherwise, if we could stick to the 15 minutes, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors, members of the audience. My name is Jim Moose. I'm here as an attorney representing the applicant. And I want to start out by saying how surprised I was by the presentation I just heard from the appellants, because it raised at least 2 issues and probably many more that are not found in the appeal. And for that reason, I would note with all respect that those arguments are not properly before this board, and the board has no jurisdiction to reach those. And in support of that point, I'd like to quote from your ordinance governing these appeals, and in particular the provision dealing with the scope of your consideration of the issues. And this is Chapter 17.60.110 of the Placer County Code, entitled Appeals, and in particular, subdivision D4A relates to the scope of the board's jurisdiction here, and I'll quote. It says, "At the hearing, parentheses, a hearing conducted over again, close paren, the appellate body shall initiate a discussion limited to only those issues that are the specific subject of the appeal, and in addition, the specific grounds for the appeal." Goes on to say, for example, if the permit for a project approval or denial has been appealed, the entire project will be the subject of the appeal hearing. However, if a condition of approval has been appealed, then only that condition and issues directly related to the subject of that condition will be allowed as part of the discussion by the appellate body. If you go down to 4A(2), it adds that when reviewing a decision on a land use permit, the appellate body may adopt additional conditions of approval that may address other issues or concerns than the subject of the appeal, only if such other issues or concerns are substantially related to the subject of the appeal. Supervisor Montgomery earlier asked the question of staff, could you all add additional conditions beyond the 100-odd conditions that are already in place from the Planning Commission? And I think that language I just read qualifies that answer. You could, but only if they were, the new conditions were substantially related to the subject matter of the appeal. The appeal itself only challenges the environmental review for this project. It does not challenge the wisdom of the land use decision, doesn't challenge the appropriateness of the use itself, and only identifies a handful of grounds that are briefed at length. And it does not include, for example, the issue of asbestos, nor does it include any of the issues attributed to Caltrans that Mr. Finney just rattled off. Because I wasn't expecting those issues, I'm not prepared to address them, but if the court, I was going to say court, jumping the gun here, if you all want further information on that, I'd invite you to ask questions of the various consultants who are here, although technically, as I said, I don't think you ought to be getting into those things. The appeal itself had just a handful of issues, all limited to the CEQA review for the project. They went to air quality, but nothing about asbestos. They went to the urban decay analysis, and they went to the adequacy of the cumulative impact analysis. There was a court case from about 10 years ago that Mr. Finley here knows all about, and it's a well-known case in the CEQA world on the question of exhaustion of administrative remedies called Tahoe Vista Concerned Citizens versus County of Placer. And it quotes the very language I quoted to you on the scope of your jurisdiction in rejecting an attempt of an opponent of a project to raise in court issues that weren't squarely raised in the appeal. So what I'm saying here is nothing new. There are other jurisdictions that would provide for a broader amount of jurisdiction to an appellate body such as yourselves under these circumstances, but that's not your ordinance. Your ordinance here, for whatever reason, makes the Planning Commission here the primary decision maker on any action that's not legislative in character, such as the project approvals here, and then confines the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors on appeal to those issues squarely raised by the appeal. Now, these appellants could have raised more issues. They chose not to. There's nothing in their appeal that incorporates by reference, for example, their earlier letter. When we saw the appeal and noted that it didn't include some of those earlier issues, I made the assumption that Mr. Finney, in his lawyerly judgment, came forward with his best arguments and had abandoned those earlier arguments. And I think it's a bit unfair for him to raise those here today, having abandoned them formally by not raising them in the appeal. Now, just to get to the merits of the actual appeal, I do commend you to the addition, and I assume you all have read it, and I don't want to add to it because I think it's very thorough, but I'd like to, for the benefit of the people in the audience as well as yourselves, give you sort of a layperson's short version of it all. The project before you now started out as an alternative. If you've read the comments on the draft EIR, you'll see that the original version, with access in part from Canal Street, wasn't very popular with the people who thought they'd be impacted by traffic coming up Canal Street. So the applicant did the right thing by those folks and modified the proposal so that the project before you is now what started out as an alternative in the EIR. So we have a project that's already moving towards a greater level of environmental mitigation. And typically this is what people like to see in CEQA. This is a CEQA success story. You start out with a project with a certain level of impact. You float it out there for public review. In some instances, you get very negative comments on certain aspects of the project. Sometimes applicants want to go forward with their original proposal. Other times, they make a judgment that they can make a better project by listening to what people had to say, and that's what has happened here. Now, consistent with the doctrine that no good deed goes unpunished, we now have an appeal that is essentially penalizing us for shifting to this more benign alternative. And all the arguments in the appeal really go to whether the EIR adequately studied the no Canal Street alternative. And I think the addition does an excellent job of explaining why the analysis is adequate. I think the air quality issue can be boiled down to very simple terms. In California and under federal law, most of the air pollutants of concern are regional in character, meaning that they contribute ultimately to smog. And the primary examples of those are what they call ozone precursors, oxides of nitrogen, volatile organic compounds that come out of everybody's tailpipes. Those pollutants only become a problem as they rise into the atmosphere and in the presence of sunlight become smog. The addition explains that there really is no additional overall increase in air pollution here. So from the standpoint of regional emissions, the lungs of the area will not know the difference between this project and the originally proposed project. We all live in an air basin that for years and years has been in non-attainment for both federal and state ambient air quality standards for smog, essentially. So that's the world in which this project is proposed, and this project will make that a little bit worse. But there's no health effect associated with a change from one entrance to another. So the only issue really is whether the new entrance, by having a slight increase in localized pollutants, and in particular carbon monoxide, whether that it has a health effect that's cognizable. Now, we've been told that the actual difference is a 1 second difference in delay. So the theory here must be that this 1 second in delay generates so much additional carbon monoxide as to raise a health issue that is not dealt with properly in the EIR. And the addition explains why that's not the case. I've been practicing in CEQA since about 1985, and one thing I've learned in the last 10 years or so is that certain issues go away over time while others get worse. You hear a lot more about the ice caps melting today than you did back in 1985, but you hear a lot less about carbon monoxide. And the reason for that is that in the last 25 years or so, car engines have got cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. Now, Mr. Finney sort of derided that as being an irrelevant point, but actually it's a fundamental point. And the reason I raise it here is that hotspot analysis, and in particular the modeling of carbon monoxide impacts, is very rare today, even though it used to be commonplace 10, 15 years ago. What used to be assumed was if you had a lot of idling in a location where people were waiting in a left turn lane, you might get concentrations of carbon monoxide that are unhelpful. And so at a certain level of service, maybe F or something like that, the consultants would go out and do their hotspot analysis to determine whether there were health effects. But nowadays, that same level of congestion with cleaner cars doesn't create the same issue. So it's very unusual nowadays for carbon monoxide to be an issue. So there was no modeling required here. You have experts on air quality who can testify as to why that's the case. And so they do not believe, and this is all in the addition, that the movement of the main access to this new location with the 1 second of additional delay either requires this modeling or represents any sort of cognizable additional threat to public health. And if there were a hot spot, it can be right in the middle of Highway 49 and not in anyone's neighborhood. So I think this air quality issue is really quite simple when it boils down to fundamentals. Regionally, there's no change. The overall emissions are the same. You have a slight increase in concentration at one point, and that translates into increased carbon monoxide emissions, but it doesn't matter because those issues are not as important as they used to be because of cleaner cars. On the issue of urban decay, the county staff and consultants, as reflected in the addition, stand by their analysis. You had a professional economist identify a market area for this project. The arguments in the written appeal argue that the trade area should have gone as far as certainly Loomis or Rockland, even Sacramento perhaps, and the addition comes back with kind of a common sense response, which is that no one would drive past 4 or 5 Home Depots or Walmarts or clubs or of discounters to go to Auburn to buy a widget when they can get these same widgets at a closer location. So you normally draw a trade area around an area that doesn't have somewhere to go already. So this is bringing a big box use to an area, as we get out into the rural hinterlands here, that doesn't already have a whole bunch of these big boxes. So it doesn't make any sense for people to come from Sacramento or Rockland and drive by all these other big boxes to get here. Even if there was an argument on this, we have substantial evidence in the record supporting the determinations in the EIR. I'm loath to say this being an attorney myself, but I feel compelled to point out that arguments from an attorney disputing expert technical analyses in EIR do not rise to the level of substantial evidence. And I think it's pretty obvious why mere argument by lawyers should not be treated as evidence. We all do get carried away, so you can't give us credit for being a PhD in traffic engineering or climate science or anything like that. You really need to look at underlying technical analysis. Mr. Finney has put forward no technical analysis. He simply made arguments as an attorney, quibbling with technical studies for which he has no formal training as far as I'm aware. But even if he had studies, even if you're presented with your economist saying X and his economist saying Y, the law is quite clear that you would be well within your rights to rely on your own experts. And the court would uphold your decision to do so as long as the expert judgments on which you relied are supported by substantial evidence. So here we have all the substantial evidence on the side of what the county has determined through the EIR and mere argument on the other side. And almost all the arguments I heard were highly technical and were not really in the nature of legal arguments as much as quibbling with methodologies used by experts. And with all respect, I just don't think Mr. Finney has the training really to be second-guessing the work of people who spent their life in a particular discipline. The final issue that I want to talk about relates to the cumulative impact analysis. And I think the fundamental flaw in the argument there was the notion that a separate cumulative impact analysis needs to be prepared for each alternative. That's not the law. Typically, the cumulative impact analysis looks at how the project as proposed fits into a larger geographic and temporal context. To ask the question whether impacts that might seem to be no big deal in a confined area, looking just at the present, might seem worse when you look at a larger physical area and a larger time period. So you pull back your lens and you now have a larger view that you're looking at. In that context, the difference between these 2 points of access really is immaterial. But even so, there is an updated traffic analysis in this edition which looks at cumulative impacts along Highway 49, which would be the only part of this region where the change in the location of the entrance might make any difference. And that analysis concludes that there are no new significant effects on the environment associated with a change in location that would resonate in the cumulative context. So by way of summary, with all respect, there's new issues raised here today. Not only is that unfair to us because we didn't have noticed that they'd be raised, but also it's contrary to the terms of your ordinance. I invite you to ask Mr. LaBeouf or Mr. Finley for their opinions on that. And on the issues that are legitimately before you, the addition has done a splendid job of explaining why the EIR is adequate. If we could respond to arguments later in the form of rebuttal, we'd like the opportunity to do so.
Thank you very
so unless
much.
you have any questions,
any
I'll
questions
wind
by
up.
board members of Mr. Moose? Supervisor Montgomery.
I actually have a question not of Mr. Moose, but for County Council, and that's that I would like his opinion on the assertion made by Mr. Moose that we are limited specifically to the terms of the appeal. What is our position on that?
I would agree that we are limited to the appeal, but I wouldn't so narrowly construe the appeal as Mr. Moose has construed it. You're looking at page 25 of your material, Exhibit 1. It's a standard appeals checklist. It's not the world's toughest form to fill out. I've seen them filled out in various ways, although in item 7, it seems to limit itself to a discussion of the environmental impact report, and it does, and its detailed specifics go further into that detail. In item 4, it clearly checks the use permit box. And by practice in this county, if you check that box, the use permits are on appeal. And if you look at page 1 of your staff report, it's noticed that way by your staff. If you look at the conditions that are proposed to be adopted with regard to the use permits, clearly I don't think you could not fairly make those findings if the board didn't think it had some power to deal with conditioning the use permit. Now, there's a more narrow argument that Mr. Moose has raised with regards to, within the environmental discussion, the appellant articulates fairly narrow set of issues. Our office had noted, and I had discussed with Mr. Finley before, it did seem to narrow the issue from what was discussed earlier. I feel that our ordinance probably would limit that. I'm a little struggling, though, that having now had 2 expert attorneys with long series of practice on environmental law and CEQA analysis and writing and teaching and things, that unfortunately it's still my interpretation of CEQA is that the show's not over till the curtain rings at the end of this hearing. And pretty much anybody can walk in here and say anything about the environmental document until the close of the public hearing. And we have to deal with it. We don't have to limit ourselves to what was said 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I don't know that I completely support that. I don't think it's ever made a lot of sense or been fair to me, from my view of the world, that you have deadlines that you have to comment by a certain time. But the courts seem to have said over the years, if an issue is raised at the public hearing on the environmental document, you have to address it, and it can be validly moved forward. So I don't disagree that Scott won a case a decade ago in the Tahoe Vista case on administrative rules. I would interpret our rule exactly as Mr. Moose quoted it. If the only appeal had been here by the applicant to limited conditions that he didn't like that were imposed by the Planning Commission, we would not then open the whole permit up for a discussion. But the appellant has checked the box for a use permit. I think that in our past practices, if we've seen those, we've interpreted it that way. I think staff apparently has moved forward on that way, if you read the staff report. So I think you can talk about conditioning the project. I think you can talk about changing the use permit conditions. And unfortunately, there might be a disagreement about how narrowly we have to confine this argument. I rely entirely on the fact that I think the documents presented are adequate to it, but all the issues presented. And I don't know if anybody will, I don't know if Jim wants to respond to that. I don't know if the council wants to respond to it, but that's how I interpret it.
Okay, just so I can be clear, because you're a lawyer and you guys talk a lot. We can comment on the specifics of the appeal, but it sounds as if what you're saying is that we can also comment on other issues that may have been raised because this is an ongoing process. So potentially other issues that were brought to our attention by other members of the public who commented, wrote letters, sent email, made phone calls. Those could be addressed during this process.
Some years ago, and I think it was probably when Supervisor Bloomfield was chair, we had a series of appeals that were going to the Board of Supervisors and they were settled. And the public relying on those appeals never got a hearing. And we did amend our rules to allow the fact that once there's an appeal to the Board of Supervisors, you can't withdraw or narrow an appeal. We've had a practice of generally broadly interpreting these things. Had they not checked the use permit box, had they only checked the environmental review box, I would say the use permit would not be before the board. I would say no comments on the use permit would be before the board. But they did. And if you're a citizen thinking about also filing an appeal or having seen this appeal, we haven't set a set of rules up that I think fairly say you can rely upon that interpretation of that document. I don't remember when that debate was, 7, 8 years ago, but it was a big debate, and we worked our way through it, and then we came up with the new policies. So to summarize, one, I think the board can change the conditions on the project so that it can adopt the use permit and make the findings, both for the use permit and the minor use permit. And we'll leave it to the court someday to argue, I guess, if we get that far, about whether or not Mr. Finney has introduced unfairly at the last minute new arguments that weren't in his appeal notice, but I think not.
Thank you. That's helpful to me, because if as we go through this process, if it does appear that this board wants to move forward with approval of this, I do have some additional conditions that I would like to propose.
Okay. Any other board members have any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and open it up to the public. This is a time when anybody who wishes to address the board on this topic may do so. We ask that you try to limit your comments to the allotted 3 minutes. So what I'd like, since I know there are probably 1 or 2 of you anyway that are going to want to comment, if we could, while one speaker is up, if we just have a kind of a constant queue of a couple of people, not everybody has to stand up and have a line out the door, but just kind of a constant queue of a couple of folks who get up, and that'll help us move from speaker to speaker. So I saw former Supervisor White stand up. The podium is yours, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Very much.
Let me rephrase. I saw retired Supervisor White. Difference between former and retired. Left of your own volition.
I greatly appreciate that.
Would you pull
Chairman
the microphone
Mueller,
down just a little bit?
You are absolutely correct. I do not bill myself as former because I retired.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Oops. Thank you.
You.
Oh, I'm not tall enough to make my voice go. Anyway, it's great to see you all again. And I've got to say that this is kind of deja vu. When I was here speaking against Walmart, you, Kirk, were on the board, as well as you, Robert, and Tony was our county council.
Matter of fact, I was chairman during that hearing.
Must feel weird. Well, I still don't want any part of a Walmart-type project, whether it's Walmart, Sam's Club, or whatever. I just have this thing about that particular organization. However, I am here to support Jim Conkey's right to build on that property. When I was in office, he came to me with several different projects, some of which I said, this isn't very good. But he came to me with the idea of putting housing there. And we had several different housing projects that we presented to the people who lived in the area. And guess what? They didn't like them. They didn't want low income there because the kids who live there might jump over the fence and use their park, which is the homeowner's park. Okay, I can understand that, but that's the way things are. Anyway, there wasn't a single project that we presented that they were really interested in. Now these same homeowners are forgetting that this property has been industrial, now rezoned commercial, and it was industrial when many of them lived there to begin with. I appreciate their concern about traffic, but the Highway 49 area is going to be developed one way or another. And so traffic is going to happen. And we have traffic going down the hill right now because they can't buy things at, say, Costco in Auburn. They have to go down the hill. Thank goodness they don't have to go all the way down the hill for Home Depot. they can stay here and get their things. The issue here is, to me, not necessarily what project goes in there, but the fact that Jim Conkey has the right to develop his property. And I would not like to see a big project go in there, but that's up to Mr. Conkey. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and again, everybody who wants to speak will get an opportunity to. I appreciate you folks going ahead and standing up. But 2 or 3 is plenty. If the rest of you want to rest your legs and sit down, that's great. If you want to stand there, that's great too. But the next speaker, go ahead and step on up. And I don't want folks to feel like if they're not in line, they're not going to get to speak. Anybody who wants to talk will have the opportunity to do so.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Joe Marmon. I've been somewhat involved with PACE, but I also have my own issues here. We're not objecting to the right of Mr. Conkey to develop that property. We just think his proposal is totally out of character, violates the Bowman Community Plan, which this land is still subject to the restrictions in the Bowman Community Plan, which calls for smaller use, not a big box development. And we think the secret is still not being admitted, that it's intended to be a Walmart. And I just want to talk shortly about some of the effects of Walmart across the United States. There's been probably hundreds of studies of the effects of Walmart. One is a book from University of California, Irvine, The Most Sophisticated Analysis to Date of Walmart's Impact on Retail Employment and Wages, is that the opening of a Walmart will reduce county-level retail employment by 150 jobs in an average community. Walmart employs an average of 360 workers. This suggests that there will be new jobs created by Walmart. However, 1.4 jobs have typically been lost for each new job created at Walmart. The study also found the arrival of a Walmart store will reduce total county-wide retail payroll by an average of $1.2 million. Another study, University of Missouri, says that of 1,700 counties that added a Walmart between 77 and 98, that they do boost retail employment by 100 jobs in the first year, far less than the 200 to 400 that they advertise, and the stores create a loss of 40 to 60 additional loss of retail jobs as more competing retailers downsize and close. Let's see. A study also found that within 5 years of a Walmart's arrival, the county lost an average of 4 small retail businesses, 1 mid-sized store, and 1 large store. In fact, even their environmental impact report admits that. It says a proposed project includes services that that the Walmart store would compete with existing businesses, including general retailers and groceries in Placer County, to the extent that those businesses would close and the resultant vacancies would contribute to the physical deterioration and urban decay. Walmart not only lowers pay rates, but reduces the total number of retail jobs. Employees earn 20% less than other retail workers on average. There was a memo that was leaked out of a Walmart board in October 2005 to their senior staff, where Walmart current health care benefits, they were trying to reduce those costs, and they said that 48% of the company's employees only 48% of companies' employees are enrolled in the insurance plan, whereas an average of 68% applies to other national employers. Walmart has a significant percentage of associates and their children on public assistance. Because they pay so little, employees enrolled in Walmart's insurance plan spend an average of 8% of their income on health care, nearly twice the national average.
Mr. Marmon, if you could please conclude your remarks at this point. Your 3 minutes are up. You want to just go ahead and sum up your remarks?
Thank you.
Okay, well, you can.
That's good.
Just a note as we move forward, the board is being asked to consider a retail project. There has not been a user that has been identified. I let Mr. Marmon have his say in regard to the user, and so those of you that might have a particular opinion about a particular user. Hopefully, Mr. Marmon was able to speak on your behalf in that regard. I would request that comments be germane to the specific use that's being requested, not to potential users at this particular time. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Eric Hill.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't...
Eric Hill, H-I-L-L.
Hill. Okay, thank you very much.
Just a quick comment. We thrashed this same process for almost 10 years with Home Depot. At the loss of the county lost that for 10 years. We finally got it. The same deep pocket types are trying to stop this project. If you look back now, we can Monday morning quarterback the Home Depot project. It's been an overwhelming success. And all of the nitpicking concerns they had never came to fruition. And I would estimate the same thing would happen this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. And our next speaker.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Larry Needle, L-A-R-I-K-N-E-D-E-L, and I've been a resident in Auburn for 28 years. And I have two documents here I want to comment on. And I need to comment on naturally occurring asbestos and cumulative air pollutants. I'm going to refer to Exhibit 7 here, entitled Findings of Fact and Statement of Overriding Considerations, which was prepared for you by Placer County. It states, the potential exists for airborne, naturally occurring asbestos to result in adverse impacts to sensitive receptors during construction activities. It also states there will be extensive on-site grading activities, which includes exporting 70,000 cubic yards of fill, which is a lot of asbestos. I did submit a map at the commission meeting which shows the area of most likely containing NOA. The Placer County website for naturally occurring asbestos states, and that's this, if an area to be disturbed is greater than 1 acre, an owner-operator is subject to asbestos requirements and asbestos dust mitigation plan. The mitigation measure is mentioned in Exhibit 7, but only the statement that the applicant shall file a construction emission dust control plan. This plan was not submitted in Exhibit 7, nor was the website reference for this plan available for me to read. The public has a right to know the details of this plan and to have it presented in an understandable manner prior to this project's approval. And in addition, according to the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, the county adopted two options to mitigate the project's contribution to long-term emissions of pollutants. The applicant has, two choices. Option 1, pay an amount of money equal to the project's contribution of pollutants, which exceeds the cumulative threshold of 10 pounds per day. And the estimated total amount of excessive pollutants for this project is 9.87 tons and results in a fee of a little over $141,000, which is a small price to pay for long-term effects of 9.87 tons of additional pollutants. And option 2 is to participate in a retrofitting program for buses, heavy-duty diesel equipment, etc. Neither mitigation option will help to lessen excessive pollutants created by this project, whether it's a Walmart, Costco, or other supercenter. And I would humbly request that you take this project into further reconsideration. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Needle. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is George Horan, H-O-R-A-N, of Memory Lane here in Auburn. After listening to the attorney opposed to this project and the previous speaker about the dire health consequences of building one big box store here, I'm astounded that anyone is still alive in Roseville. They should be stacking the bodies down there like cordwood. I think this is smoke. The reason we Americans have the best standard of living in the world is because of our economic system of free enterprise and capitalism. The cornerstone of that is competition. Competition is hard. None of us like it. But it is what gives us the competitive advantage and gives the consumer high quality, large selection, and low price. That's what big box stores offer. They have a competitive advantage, and I understand people don't want to compete against them. Too bad. There are people who think, and some supervisors may think, that by preventing this from being built, they can limit where I will spend my money. Let me suggest to you, the supervisors do not have that power. Roseville is only 15 minutes away. I live locally, but I carry both a Costco and a Sam's Club. Not that I'm saying that's what's going to be built. I don't know. But they're examples of big box stores. There's one other group that doesn't want this project built, and they're not represented here. That's the Roseville City Council. They're absolutely delighted with the status quo of having the citizens of Auburn drive down there, spend their money, and spend their sales tax inside the city, and then drive back up here. The supervisors cannot force me to spend my money on local existing businesses. They can only force me to spend more money on gasoline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horan. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jim Brill, B-R-I-L. I think the project here is about freedom and the American dream, that this guy owns a piece of property, should be able to develop it. Whatever store may go in there, something's going to go there. Development is a good thing for Auburn. I own 2 businesses in this town, and more businesses bring more money, bring more people, and keep more people here. So whatever goes in there, something's going to go in there. It would only encourage that whole 49 corridor to also upgrade, and the stores in front of it that are sitting now empty would fill up. There'll be more businesses, and this fellow has had this property for a long period of time. It was industrial, now it's commercial, and I say there's no reason not to have a project in there, whoever the tenant may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brill.
My name is Jim Lanetta, and I oppose this project. To what the previous speaker said here about competition, our economy is based on competition. Big box stores do nothing but eliminate competition. Nobody can compete with a big box store. Small businesses in our area will go out of business if a big box store goes into there. So to say that competition is good is absolutely ludicrous. That's not what the American dream is about. It destroys the American dream. Big box stores decimate small businesses in small towns like this. Anyhow, my argument against this project is simply the size and scale of it. It doesn't matter what it is, this project, whether it's a Walmart or not, it's too big to be put next to a neighborhood. It's not compatible. The Auburn-Bowman Community Plan states that, quote, new development must be compatible with existing development. Now, for the county or anybody to say that this project is consistent with the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan is absolutely unbelievable to me. This building is 155,000 square feet. My home is 1,600 square feet. I did the math. This building alone, just the building, is 97 times the size of the average home in that neighborhood. To say that that is compatible with the neighborhood is ludicrous. The building itself is 3.5 acres large. The Staples Shopping Center down the street, the entire shopping center, the building, the parking lot, the gas station, the other businesses on the side would fit inside this building, the whole shopping center. And to say that that belongs next to a neighborhood, it just blows me away. The Home Depot is 105,000 square feet. This building is 155,000 square feet, 50,000 square feet larger than the Home Depot, right next to a neighborhood, within 100 feet of about 10 homes. Now, to say that that's compatible, I don't know how you could possibly say that. It's going to ruin the quality of life for our neighborhood. And that's what I'm concerned about, the quality of life. You know, is the dollar, how much money is worth the quality of life to somebody? And, you know, the argument Mr. Cavolt has said, well, you shouldn't have moved into the neighborhood. You know that that's commercial property there. You shouldn't have moved in there. Well, 20 years ago, there was no such thing as a 155,000 square foot retail store. And nobody in their right mind would think that anybody would put one there. because it's in a neighborhood. Now, you know, in the full-page ads that Mr. Cavolt has put in the Auburn Journal, he's trying to paint my neighbors and myself as some unreasonable group of people who don't want anything there. And surprisingly, shockingly, Harriet White seems to think the same thing. No one has ever said we don't want anything there. No one has ever said that except Mr. Cavolt. We want something reasonable there, something that's not going to dominate the neighborhood and ruin the neighborhood. It's going to open up, even though there's not an access, there'll still be an emergency access. It's going to open up our neighborhood to the whole 49er corridor and everything that goes with it. And we're just a group of people who are trying to save our neighborhood. We moved there because we love it here. We love not having a Walmart next door. We move away from things like that. That's why people move to Auburn, to get away from that. If you want to go to Walmart, drive 20 minutes down the hill, go to Walmart. So I'm just asking, I'm asking you to pose this. Put yourselves in our shoes. If you live in that neighborhood, would you want this building there? Would you want this project there? I don't think so. I don't think anybody would want this in their neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindberg. So we have, as you've seen, a number of speakers on both sides of the issue. Let's try to be respectful of the fact that we have speakers on both sides of the issue. Let's limit the applause and just, we'll hear the opinions, and otherwise we get into a match of who's clapping louder, and we just don't need that. We'll just move right on. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Walter Riley. I live in Placer County, and I'm a COPD victim, and I'm told that I have more dangerous chemicals in my house from PAM or oven cleaner or Clorox than I'm going to have any problems with outside-borne dust. So I'm really not all that concerned with asbestos in the air, but I am here for a couple of reasons. One would be that I've known Steve for some time, Steve Cavolt. And if Steve tells me that black is white, I believe him because I've known him long enough to know he tells nothing but the truth. So I'm a little upset that his reputation is impugned in this situation. Secondly, I'm here because I would like to see our County Board of Supervisors continue to do the right thing. I agree with the man. He has his permits. He's done all the things he should do. I think he should be allowed to build and develop his property. Thank you.
Mr. Ray, if you would, please. What is COPD, sir?
It's a lung disease.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for that.
Upgraded asthma.
Okay.
Congestive obstructive pulmonary disease.
Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't. I knew the pulmonary disease part. It was the CO I was having trouble with. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Connolly, member of APACE. And before I start, I have a point of order I'm hoping you can help me with. Yesterday, after discussing with the clerk of the board, getting a document to you in your packets, I emailed her the Caltrans document that was referred to by Mr. Finney. I did hand a hard copy to Mr. Wygant when I met with him yesterday, and I think he's the only person in the room with a hard copy of that at this point. But we didn't see it in the exhibits that were given to you, so I'm not sure if you can help me get a copy of that or allow me to submit that.
Oh, absolutely. If it's been received by the clerk, then it is
Well,
absolutely
it's
part of
apparently in the ether somewhere. It did not get to her in her email. I had her staff just check.
And then feel free to make sure that a copy gets submitted to her. That'd be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. There has been confusion on the part of some members of the public and perhaps others that we are opposed to the no Canal Street option because it added 15% more traffic onto 49 by removing the Canal Street access. The, quote, no Canal Street option, unquote, is what the proposal is called, and that is the only option APACE can appeal. Had the Canal Street option, which is considered an inferior environmental option, been approved, then we would be here too. Mr. Conkey threatened us at the Planning Commission meeting stating he would put Canal Street back in if that's what we wanted. Then, rather than just APACE, you will see every homeowner association in the area jump in to rejoin, enforce the action for an even bigger battle, should that happen. Mr. Cavolt likes to say that we're a small group of NIMBYs who want no development. He knows from a letter personally delivered to him several months ago and subsequent meetings and letters that we are for mixed-use, lower-impact development. Our detractors like to say that while businesses will fail, although only the marginal ones, that competition is good for business. Yet they say people like Tom Dwelly just don't want competition rather than paying attention to his own knowledge of how much traffic gridlock 18 fuel pumps will create. Do they consider Nella Oil to be one of those marginal businesses and afraid of competition? There is nothing right about this project from size, scale, traffic, air quality, noise, potential socioeconomic consequences, and cumulative impacts and blight that comes from big box development. And by the way, we think asbestos goes towards air quality and cumulative impacts. It does not conform to the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. We are asking you to deny this project or return it to planning for more adequate analyses in the areas of concern of our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Robin Glago. I live off of Luther, and I'm not a part of a PACE, but I am a citizen of Auburn. And anyone who has waited at the intersection of Luther and 49 knows that the applicant's claim that emissions aren't an issue is meaningless. What will happen if this big box store with 8 to 16 gas pumps is built with 3,000 to 10,000 extra cars a day? Common sense and experience says that even though our cars are more efficient, air quality will get worse. Also, when the valley winds blow, previous reports have stated that though Saks air gets better, Cools, Grass Valley, and Auburn's air gets worse. And the potential for numerous bad air days is imminent, resulting in people staying home, not shopping, our children being left indoors and not playing, and endangering our breathing afflicted and asthma sufferers. Sorry, I'm nervous.
No, please don't be.
Okay, I live off Luther with one way in, one way out. Right now, I wait 5 to 10 minutes to get out of my complex, and another 10 to 15 minutes to get on if I make a left turn onto Highway 49. I try and avoid 49 as much as I can. This store will probably double that time, and you can't convince me that Luther will be able to support, if it's 5 to 10,000, another 1,500 to 5,000 cars a day coming down Luther. I'll never get out. And Mr. Cavolt, I'm sure he's good intentions, and his full-paid ads have repeatedly integrated the NIMBY people and states that everyone he talks to supports his project. My own survey, unofficial, has been the opposite. No one from Grass Valley to Roosevelt that I've spoken to thinks a big box store in Auburn is appropriate. One young man in Roseville, 23 years old, who delivers auto parts, says whoever is approving these projects are ruining Auburn by the air quality and increased traffic. I should thank Mr. Cavolt, though, because I'm now a proud NIMBY myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Smithart.
I'm sorry, your last name again, sir?
Smithart.
Smithart, thank you very much.
And I am a manufacturer's rep, so I cover the western United States. And I deal with these big box stores all the time. And I deal with thousands of independent small businesses. These comments I've heard are myths. These are good situations that I've seen all over the western U.S., and it seems more emotional than factual. So I would leave that. Also, Mr. Cavolt, I really don't know Mr. Cavolt that well. It seems the personal comment should be withheld. We're talking about a point, and Mr. Cavolt is not the point. I wonder how much pollution is going on right now because we're all trudging down the hill. Every time we need something of any big box store requirement, so that we can save money, we have to drive down the hill. And if you take the environmental impact of all of that, I think it far outweighs any environmental impact here locally. So let's add it up and stick to the facts. I also think that our economy locally needs help. Our construction industry is devastated. Retail is devastated. We need jobs. We need income. This is an opportunity for us to do something positive for the neighborhood, get away from the emotional attachments, and start dealing with the facts. I support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Smith-Hart. Next speaker, please.
Gentlemen, my name is Del Rapini.
I'm sorry, sir?
I'm a developer and a general contractor.
I'm sorry, sir. May I have your name again? I didn't hear.
Rapini, R-A-P-I-N-I.
Thank you.
And I'm astounded that this man has to jump to the hoops that he's had to jump through on property that is zoned like this. This is one of the things that's wrong with our industry anymore, is we go through all these hoops, through all these regulations, but nobody sticks to the principles. If it's zoned property. There's certain things you should do and certain things you shouldn't do. I think that he has been really worked with the board greatly to do all that he has had to do. I don't know if I would have done that or not. Anyway, we need jobs in California. The construction industry is dying. I'm absolutely doing nothing. Nothing's selling, nothing's moving. I have shopping centers that are sitting half vacant. But this area here does need this. It does need this because it will bring jobs into the state, into this community. This community needs a big shopping deal. We love it in Colfax. We got to go a long way to travel to get anything that's decent, any kind of big box or quantity stuff. Anyway, I think this is something the board has a chance to approve and should be fast-tracked so that he can get building permits and get it going immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapini.
I want to thank the Honorable Board for this opportunity. I'm Ed Simpson. I've been associated with Chevron operations, both concrete and aggregate, for many, many years, and still associated because it's still a viable business, though it is in sleep mode. We do take care of the Chevron family. I'm active in that part of the arrangement for Mrs. Chevron. She's very ancient. Anyway, I'm going to go at this a little bit different slant. I am interested in the jobs that it's going to create for this community. In my opinion, and I know of many others, nothing is healthier for this community than when the construction industry is in full bloom or full power going ahead and making things grow. And that's what I want to see. I want to see the jobs for the many, many people in construction that are not working right now. And then I also want to see the jobs for those who are hired, and then the benefits of the taxes that will come as a result of the commerce that takes place in this operation, whoever it might be. I think the benefits are immediate. As soon as this is approved and things get, somebody puts a shovel in the ground, we have benefits immediately, and the future benefits. It just goes from immediate to future on down the road. Now, I do, while I'm here, want to ask, or at least suggest, that you as supervisors encourage whoever comes to town to use local craftsmen, local tradesmen, local materials providers. Somebody mentioned Home Depot a while ago. Big operation, but they used a minimum of local talent. Same thing in City Center right here in Auburn. Outsiders bringing in materials, bringing in personnel to do that job. We at Chevron, for example, did not even get an opportunity to look at an RFQ, request for quote. We didn't have the opportunity to get rejected. That would have been nice. So I want you to use your power of persuasion or encouragement to make sure that whoever comes to town at least thinks about the local talent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. I just said thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is John Green. I live in Penryn, California. The last time I spoke before this esteemed board, it was to support the Indian Casino, which was going to destroy the quality of life in Placer County. Now they are Placer County's largest employer and donate millions of dollars to Placer County charities each year. I only have two other comments, and I'd like to apologize in advance for offending anyone. I hope the audience noticed the three attorneys present and understand that these attorneys are one of the reasons that businesses are fleeing California. The next thing is the air quality issue. There's a finite number of vehicles in Placer County and Nevada County. These vehicles are started every day and make trips every day. They're not going to be new vehicles driving up and down Highway 49 or Highway 80. The air quality on a regional basis, I believe, will improve because less people from Nevada City, Forest Hill, Cool, Grass Valley, Penryn, Newcastle, and Auburn will be driving to Roseville, Rockland, down 80 to shop. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Green, if I may, just one correction. As once as I am to pile on the attorneys, in their defense, attorneys can only litigate what elected officials first legislate or regulate. So if we want to reduce the impact of the attorneys, then it takes elected officials like us to take them out of the game. So thank you very much for your comments.
Hi, my name is Jody Summers, and I have not really spoken out except, of course, to some friends and things. But I just have to say that I am a mom in Placer County and in Auburn, very close, not in that neighborhood, and I've raised 3 teenagers who have flourished in this community and love it. In a neighborhood where you raise children, I don't think is the place to have any big box store, especially one any kind that might encourage large trucks to come and camp in their parking lot, or just to come and stay. And I understand completely the responsibility and the competition that you might have, of being an owner of a property and being able to put things on there that are within your rights. But also the flip side of that is, the responsibility that we have to the community. I'm not against a big box store, but it belongs off of a freeway. It belongs off of a big major highway. It belongs where people can get in and out without watching the little children as they cross the street. If you just want to, just as a mom, if I lived there, I would be just very, very concerned about having a store like that within walking distance of my children. So just take that into consideration for somebody with little ones. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. Okay, there are a number of people standing in the back. If you're standing back there because you want to speak, that's great. There are seats available up here for folks that are standing just because they haven't found a seat. There are seats that are available. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Gary Link, ladies, gentlemen, group. I think that we all laughed a little bit ago about economy and the fact that somebody mentioned that it was over in June. I missed that. I'm sorry if you did too. I think the community is a very, very difficult community to build in, as you know, because of the requirements. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was the asbestos. We've had asbestos situations in building sites fairly recently. All have been mitigated very comfortably, satisfied the requirements of air quality, and managed the site. The construction of a project like this, in fact, even Chevron is interested. I'm saying to you that the community needs more work projects. Roseville doesn't, they have still got an active construction not nearly to the sort they had 3 years ago, but certainly are still active. We are extremely low as far as volume of work. This isn't going to happen overnight. Admittedly, we'd like to have it, but that isn't what's going to happen. You have a long list of information that needs to be satisfied. I don't think that the building that's going there may even look the same as this square footage that's being defined at this point. I certainly understand that if I'm coming before you with that project, I want as big a bite as I can get, because by the time I get done with it isn't going to be $1.50. It'd be lucky if we get $1.25 or less. There are many locations throughout Sacramento and Roseville that have large facilities next to fairly reasonable retail and reasonable home, single-family dwellings. So to consider a bad thing just because it's near your home or my home is unfortunate in some cases, and others is not. It's much quieter after the evening is over than having a bunch of homes there, for sure. So I would ask, I am for this project. I'm for it for a lot of reasons that I'm not going to take the time to share with you, although I will say that you guys, it would be very, very nice of you to pass this back to your staff as it approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Hello, I'm Kurt Zollner. I live on Aaron Drive, which is just up the hill from this projected project. I've been told by friends that I'm wasting my time, that I'm coming here, and this is all a done deal because everybody needs money, county's down, everything's down, we need projects, we need this, we need that. BP needs more oil wells because we need more energy. Does anyone think about the long term? The long term to me is that this is a small community. I moved up here in 1990, and it will progress. It does get larger, but not the way that a mismanaged circumstance would be. Regarding COPD, I have COPD. The person who was sitting here is telling me that cars are better. Tell him to go to the LA Basin and tell me again how those new cars are not making all that smog. We're all coming up with a bunch of projected hypotheticals. My downside is that I would like people to think in terms of, again, a long term rather than a short term. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kathy Dunbar, and I'm a relatively new resident of Auburn. I moved up from the Bay Area 2 years ago. And there was a reason I moved up here. And what I felt when I first moved here and started reaching out and making new friends is that this community is incredibly giving and generous and comes together when there's a need. And that was very apparent to me when the 49 fire happened, and I was able to be part of giving back and helping people who lost their homes. And it's really incredible to me to see the divisiveness of this project. I followed along some of the strings that obviously I think, I don't want to say anything bad about anybody, but there's too much negative energy spent on this project. I am for this project. I think it's a good idea to get more options for people in Auburn. I don't want to go down to Roseville. I want to give Auburn the business and the revenue. I know a lot of it would go to the county, but I'm for this. I moved here because I wanted to be in this area. And just the mudslinging I've seen is just really disappointing. And I know I can understand people feeling bad that they don't want to see a box store in their neighborhood, but that property's been zoned industrial and commercial for years. And so I really believe that Mr. Conkey should have, it's not there, should have the ability to develop his property. And I hope this gets resolved, and the people who are mad about it and against it so vehemently and so violently at times will calm down, and we can just come back together as a good community. I know this sounds really airy-fairy, and maybe that's because I'm from the Bay Area, but anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dunbar. Next speaker. Sir, are you waiting to speak? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. One or the other, yeah. There you go.
My name is Frank Zickelman.
and I live in Applegate. And when we first moved here, you could do all of your shopping within the city limits of Auburn. How would you like to try to do that today? I believe the planning department did a pretty good job of locating the residential, commercial, and industrial sites in this area. As the residential areas grow, so do the commercial and industrial areas grow. The commercial shopping areas contribute a considerable amount of revenue to the tax bases of the cities and the county. Not only do they provide jobs for the private sector, they also provide jobs for the public sector as well. I believe that Placer County has in excess of 1,800 employees, such as the Sheriff Department, the Public Works Department, the Health Department, and many other departments. They also provide revenue to build the Justice Center in Roseville, along with a new jail. Mr. Conkey is a commercial property developer. He purchased the Bohemian site because it was zoned for a shopping center. If he's not permitted to build a shopping center there, then we ought to scrap all the zoning laws in the planning department as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegelman. Sir, go ahead. Please.
Hi, Ben Hauser. I'm happy to be here in front of this nice board. Look at, they all look intelligent, wealthy.
Wealthy?
You bet. I'm the great-grandson of the people that owned that property the first time it was ever owned. And I was born and raised on that property, swam on all the creeks and all the canals, drank the water out of all the creeks. If there was any asbestos like that in the water, I'd have been dead. I think this is a slam dunk. People need jobs. County needs revenue. Man's willing to put up millions of dollars to develop this thing. You got to go for it, kids. Fight above them giants, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sandy Ferguson. I want to emphasize only one thing: gridlock. It's going to happen, and that 26-second delay I find humorous. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. You want to dance?
Morning, gentlemen. My name is Barry Walton, and I live on Callaway Circle and up behind the proposed development. I have extensive experience in the area of environmental impacts and technology development. I spent the first 8-9 years of my career consulting with the federal government in that area, so I have a good background. Additionally, I think from my personal perspective and my wife's perspective, a mixed development on that facility seems perfectly adequate and fitting to the neighborhood and the traffic patterns and the other small businesses in the area. But to put an enormous development in a centralized spot so close to neighborhoods isn't a really good planning decision. I mean, yes, I believe he should develop the property, but from a use perspective, land use perspective, a big store like that and its sister stores belong in a more isolated area off of Highway 49 with much better access. I also ride my bicycle. My wife runs on Luther Road. Any of you that have tried that realize that if the level of traffic goes up significantly in that area, it's going to have major impacts on the quality of life and the usefulness of living in that neighborhood. So I'm a supporter of mixed development, but not a supporter of a very major, large store sitting right next to an urban homes and small businesses. It just doesn't seem like a good land use policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. And we have some more folks standing up in the back there. While this gentleman's coming up, if I may quickly, just by show of hands, How many folks are still seated that are going to want to speak? Okay, so we have a okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Charles Nickrenz, Nickrenz, a resident of Fiddler's Green, right behind the development. I do have a copy of the document that Tori Connolly told you about earlier, so she dug that up. If I can submit that.
Fantastic. Yeah, please hand it to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Okay. I want to talk for a second about sound. I'm told that an 8-foot wall that they're going to build around the back of the development is going to stop all the sound that might go into our developments and all the houses in the back over there. That's not possible. Sound will increase. Sound is not directional like light. It's randomly generated from multiple sources. In the outdoors, it can't be stopped by a wall, certainly not by a wall or a wall of porous material like trees on the other side of that wall, or an enclosed space protected from the source. Levels can be reduced, but sound spreads out and rises more like water. The development's on a hillside. The sound of delivery trucks and thousands of engines starting at all hours and workers will reach vast distances upwards to the homes that are in that area. Those most affected around the Dyer Court area will have less than 100 feet from truck traffic, safety horns, and customer noise 24 hours a day. Deliveries will be scheduled between 6 a.m. to midnight, leaving less than 6 hours a night left for sleep. We know this because Mr. Conkey said so at the last Planning Commission meeting. The delivery hours, he said, were set up at the request of his tenant. This would be the same tenant that Mr. Cavilled in his Bohemian retail project flyer that he sent recently to a bunch of the Tea Party groups, said would sell groceries, clothing, hardware items, automotive items, household goods, and sporting goods. These are a lot of details to ascribe to an unknown company. Because as they've said so many times in the past, they don't know who the tenant will be. They only know what kind of business they have and what are their operating requirements. And I know most of you don't live in the Auburn area, probably haven't visited the site yet. A little nervous. But you should be familiar with the intersection of Luther and 49, the number of lights in that area, long delays caused by the timing of several of those lights already. And why would they be timed that way to cause such delays? Well, at the last Planning Commission meeting, Jerry Haas said that they were set up that way because traffic is already so difficult that it has to have those very long delays to control the length of traffic up 49. This is before any new building, any new development has been taking place over there. He also said at the meeting that new development would cause severe congestion and delays from Edgewood all the way to Bell Road, and further indicated that improvements would have to be made as far away as Dry Creek Road at county taxpayers' expense. He also indicated the proposed light at Canal and Luther remains in the EIR in the event that traffic necessitates it to be used in the future, removing it from Mr. Conkey's to-do list and putting the burden of cost back on all the county taxpayers. That just seems like a little way around a few things that were people had a lot of questions about the last couple of meetings and all. So, thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nickens. The next speaker comes forward. I'm going to briefly hand the gavel to Supervisor Wygant while I step out really quickly, and I'll be right back. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name's Joe Farrow. I live in Canal Street here. I've been there since 1979. I just want to bring to the attention a few items from the Traffic Impact Analysis Report. I delivered 22 pages to the clerk this last week out of the 520-page report. But these are some that caught my eye. The impact report that says everything from Nevada Street to Dry Creek is either rated E, D, or F. F is a forced flow, which is at Dry Creek. D is an approaching unstable flow, that's Quartz, Education, and Bell Road. E is an unstable flow at Bell Road, Atwood Road, Kemper Road, Luther Road, Edgewood Road, and Nevada Street. Segments projected to operate at deficient levels, southbound Nevada Street to Edgewood Drive, FLOS, loss of service. Northbound Willow Creek to Bell Road, E, loss of service. A freestanding discount store alternate would generate 7,344 new daily trips, of which 266 would occur during AM peak hour and 627 during PM peak hour. The proposed project creates site impacts on the local transportation system that are considered significant under short-term conditions. The following intersections will have queues greater than available storage: northbound left Dry Creek intersection, southbound left Bell Road intersection, southbound through right Bell Road, northbound through right Edgewood, southbound through right Nevada Street. Page 89, Table 9A of the traffic report states, proposed project would exacerbate LOS at Bell Road, New Airport Road, and Luther Road. Oh, wait. Let me do that again. LOS at Bell Road to New Airport Road, and Luther Road to Canal Street. Page 91 states the proposed project would exacerbate 95th percentile for at least one peak hour at Dry Creek Road, northbound left, Bell Road, southbound left, and southbound through right. Nevada Street, Margarita Mine Road, southbound through right. And like I say, I gave the clerk 22 pages of the 522, and I just want to bring that to your attention.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning and good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I note that you begin your proceedings without due honor to the flag of our country. Nevertheless,
we did that this morning. I'm sorry, could you state your name for the record, please?
I ask that the board reject the Planning Commission's approval of the latest Bohemian project. The Commission approved the project without agreement with the Placer County Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, the Placer County Water Agency, and while Caltrans was still having great concerns about the troubled area of Highway 49. The Commission's studies allude to 5 highly dubious benefits as extenuating circumstances of overriding considerations that outweigh the many significant detrimental effects of the project, which they judge to be significant but unavoidable. Would ask why our authorities would permit a facility that is detrimental to the local retail business and trash an area. Their response is, well, it is in compliance with the zoning ordinance. The Commission persists in the charade of unknown tenant. This is the 3rd time with the same location, with the same big box, by the same developer, which signals the same tenant. Only this time, they want the monument of Walmart out on Highway 49. This is a game that this Board of Supervisors cannot afford to play. The data that determines the detrimental economic impact of a Walmart on a local area is voluminous and well-known and available to anyone who has the slightest interest in the area. I ask that the Board, in your deliberation, consider your pledge to your constituents to maintain the vitality of the county and the quality of life.
Sir, thank you. We didn't get your name for the record, sir. We need your name for the record.
I will have that. My name is Lee Lively.
Mr. Lively, thank you.
Mr. Lively, I want to assure you that we started our meeting this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance at 9 o'clock. We adjourned to closed session and reconvened.
Could I stand corrected, sir?
All right.
Thank you.
And I also want to let you know that I did spend some time in prayer, knowing that this is going to be a difficult issue.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lively. All right, next speaker, please. Come on up. So we still have a few folks standing in the back who are ready to speak. And as those drop down, we'll have some others pop up, I'm sure. Here we go. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm Tom Smith. I live here in Auburn.
Sorry, Tom Spence? Is that
Smith.
Smith. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
As a small business owner in downtown Auburn, it's our consensus that people in Auburn, in the Auburn area, already have made their choices to shop in Roseville or Rockland. They don't think Auburn first in their shopping. Downtown Auburn, Old Town, and 49 Corner are being bypassed by now. We believe a big box store will bring people from the area as well as out of the area to shop, and that they will stay and buy gas and eat in the restaurants and check out other stores while they're here. Ask yourself, if you go to Rockland or Roseville to shop, do you go there before you shop Auburn stores? While you're in Auburn or in Rockland, Roseville, do you shop at just one store? Do you go to buy gas at others and eat at restaurants and check out other stores while you're there? Those of you here today to shop in Rockland and Roseville, you've already put small business here in Auburn at risk. It's not the big box stores that put small business at risk. It's also been my experience that Costco, Walmart, Home Depot, and the big box stores don't always necessarily have the best price or the best quality, but we shop there for convenience. I believe that a Costco, Walmart, a big box store will bring in permanent jobs after the construction, even jobs during the construction. The planned project isn't correctly zoned properly. The owner should be allowed to complete this project. Personally, I'd rather see a Costco than a Walmart, but that's not a choice I get to make. It's determined by the completion of the project and what the developer is able to negotiate. This project should be approved to go forward. The idea that a big box store will put small local businesses out of business is a wasted argument. Customers make their choices whether to buy online, purchase in another town, or buy local. A small business must adapt to the times and the ever-changing marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Matt Roberts. I'm a local contractor here, and for the last 3 years, we've seen public work project after public work project, and the meat of our business has always been private works. That's gone away, and here we have an opportunity to have a large, privately funded project that's going to utilize local labor, provide 350 jobs just in the construction phase, revenues for the county, and going to keep residents local. I don't see what can possibly be bad about this. I'm here to just give my support, and I think it's a great effort, and I compliment Mr. Conkey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I just said thank you, sir. That's all.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Next speaker, please.
How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Mel Lee. On my dad's side, they go back over 100 years in this area. And I moved here 15 years ago. This is going to happen. As far as asbestos, they just built the Magnuson Plaza. There was no problem there. And Home Depot's great, but if it's Costco or a Walmart, if there was a Walmart, I wouldn't have moved here. And I would never do it again, because I won't go in there. Costco's a great store. You'll have Trader Joe's. We'll probably go in there. And I think if you put a Walmart, they won't come in there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're down to just a couple folks standing in the back. If we have others, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peggy Meadows. I moved here 6 months ago and live on Aeolia Drive. And I was active in San Mateo County and the city of Pacifica for many, many years. And I just wanted to share a little something coming from there to here. What attracted us here was a little more of a rural atmosphere, but we did like the convenience of the stores that do exist on Highway 49. But to see any more growth and congestion, I think it would really detract from the quality of life here. So I think part of what you're hearing here is the environmental impact report, if I'm not mistaken, which includes the traffic impacts. And when there used to be, what was it before it was Costco? Price Club. Before that was built in the Colma area in San Mateo County on a street that was leading to right near the Kaiser Hospital there. I could get there easy from Pacifica, 10 minutes. It added almost another 5 minutes onto my trip when I had to go near a Costco because of the gas. That does contribute, and I think we have plenty of great gas stations already here with good prices, so I don't think we need any more gas stations. But also just the congestion that it creates, I think it's going to contribute even more. I already noticed trying to go from Highway 80 to 49 on Luther, it's already pretty hairy, for the poor neighbors. I feel bad for the people that live along there. And then on Bell, trying to go on Bell when you come from Highway 80, that intersection at 49 is ridiculous already. So I just hate to see this become another Daly City in that area of town, and I think that it's a good idea to look at that a little more closely as to what the ramifications of the traffic congestion would be. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burrow. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Mr. Miller and Harriet, good afternoon. I'm Tom Dwelly, Nella Oil Company. You'll know me as Flyers Convenience Stores. I'm the night janitor, but I also sign the checks. We're in the retail business, have 3 retail sites in this, in your county, Placer County, on Atwood, on Bowman Road, and in Newcastle. We're in the soda business. We're in ethanol. We built a plant last year down in Pixley. We do 55 million gallons a year, 170,000 a day, ethanol. We're in transportation. We have card locks, terminal and Sparks. I'll make 4 points: traffic, big box, gasoline, and finally, sales tax. Okay, traffic. My thoughts are well known, thanks to Gus and the newspaper and the blogs. That's been a lot of fun. Gus, if you're here, I hope he will have gone by now. Nash and Greg, we're having a lot of fun. It turns out I'm not such a bad guy after all. Okay, big box. I'm not against big box. I drive down the hill like everybody else. That's fine. Point 3, gasoline. I'm very much against that. Okay, this is an important market for me. My headquarters is at the Auburn Airport, which is within the city. My little stations do about 260,000 gallons a month, each of the 3. Okay, something less than, 1 million gallons total per month. I live or die on 1/4 cent a gallon. Okay, the big box. I know about Costco. I haul Costco in San Francisco and San Jose. Yesterday I hauled 6 loads out of Sparks to the big Costco in Sparks. Those are big loads. That's a triple transport, 14,000 gallons, 6 times. That's 1,800,000 gallons a year. They're not all that big. This one won't be that big, and I don't see any mention of fuel tankers. Okay, 4 times what I do, 1 million gallons, it's going to be 4 to 5 tankers a day. As you know from my little site on Atwood Road, there's no good time to put a tanker in there. We average about 95 cars an hour. The big box retailers go straight to the refiners. Okay, Tesoro in the Bay, they sell a nickel below the market. And then they use it as a loss leader. I can't live down there. I can't go there. So I try to hide. Okay? I can't hide in this market. This is our 30th. Next month will be our 31st year in this market. Sales tax. I provide $750,000 a year to Placer County. Okay? More than that to the city of Auburn. 15 more seconds, sir, if I could. More than that. That didn't happen by accident. I engineered that under the leadership of then Mayor Holmes. Under his leadership, we put that together. It works very well. That's only going to get bigger as we expand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please come up, sir. I know, it's tough to follow Mr. Dwelly in any...
Yes, I want someone else to come ahead of me, yeah.
Especially when he finishes with a flare like that.
Yeah. Seems like I've been here before. My name is Larry Smith. I live right off Luther Road. I am not a member of the APACE group. I do get upset when I hear people trying to wrap this in capitalism. As an owner of investment properties myself, I certainly support the right of owners to develop their property. But I've always believed that development should be appropriate and contribute to the quality of life of the area, not detract from it. A store this size is not appropriate for this particular area. A mixed-use project would be much more appropriate. You know what's going to happen to the traffic and the quality of life on Luther Road and that whole area if this goes in. I walk and bicycle on Luther Road. I'm terrified when I see the school kids, because school kids don't watch out. And much more traffic, you know you're going to have a serious accident or a fatality on that street. There is another important principle here. It's not just about zoning. We have something called the general plan. You have something called the general plan, which guides development. I hear people come in here and talk about how hard it is to build in Auburn. There is a lot of growth in Auburn, by the way, but I suggest that one of the reasons we maintain the quality of life here, that this area doesn't look like Madison Avenue or Galleria, is because we have a general plan and because we have a superb planning department. But every now and then it seems like someone comes along, a major developer with his consultants and his experts and his lawyers, and what do you know, the general plan in that situation gets modified or changed to allow that development. I couldn't disagree more with the gentleman who spoke earlier and talked about the deep pockets of the people opposed to this. I suggest if you did a survey of the pockets of the people that are opposed to it and the developers and the construction people and the consultants that are in favor of it, you would find something quite revealing about that. I don't have enough money to take out full-page ads in the Auburn Journal. I can buy almost everything I want here in Auburn. If I were a compulsive shopper, I wouldn't live here. I'd live down in the Bay Area or in Sacramento. The few things that I can't get here, I can wait a couple days or a week and pick them up when I'm down there. I'm not making trips, running back and forth all the time down to Sacramento or to Roseville to buy things. I don't know anyone who does. I also hear people talk about jobs. I'm concerned, too. I really feel for the people that have jobs. But the jobs will come back. But this store will stay here forever. So please think of the long-term consequences we have here. And please follow your own general plan and deny this project that is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Hayden Stone. As a developer in this town of the Auburn Plaza and a participant in two other businesses in town, jobs is the key thing. Since the Auburn Plaza was developed, we're barely 40% leased, but yet we've created close to 100 new jobs in the area. And each of our tenants is advocating for this. They're excited about the opportunity to be near other businesses. And our broker most recently has told us that whatever is approved that goes in there, if it's a big box, that it will immediately attract other businesses to our center to build it out. So for that reason, we're advocating the jobs in the community are needed. Our other businesses have suffered because of the economy here, and our jobs have halved in the last 2 years, and we expect those to come back. But it's all about keeping business in Auburn, and Auburn has a right, as we've seen with Home Depot, improving and doing everything that it was supposed to do, that it said it would do, and very little of the negative. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Okay. We are down to just a couple people in the back. Are there folks still sitting that are going to want to speak? Okay, I see a couple hands there. Okay. Yes, sir.
My name is Gary Hess, ladies and gentlemen. I live in Meadow Vista, and I've heard the comments regarding the neighborhoods is going to be ruined. And I would just like to say, off of Auburn Boulevard, down in Citrus Heights, there's 2 major box stores, and they are completely surrounded by neighborhood. There's a elementary, probably a middle school, that's probably no more than 1/8 of a mile away from those box stores. That neighborhood is neat. There's not tons of traffic that's backed up if you've been on Auburn Boulevard there. They've managed it very well. It's apparent that those people enjoy the luxury, if you will, of shopping in those stores because they're completely full. And there will be some traffic. But we're growing. You can't keep Auburn small forever. And the jobs, when you look around Auburn and Meadow Vista, there are so many buildings that are vacant. We need the jobs. We need the income in this area, in this county, and we need to move forward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Gentlemen.
Hi, Michael Babbage. I live in a neighborhood adjoining the neighborhood in question with Aaron Drive and such. I jog down Aaron Drive on occasion. And one of the, I noticed as I was coming up here, I was thinking, wow, one of the advantages of going last is to listen to everybody and get a perspective from personal perspectives as well as business. The disadvantage is a lot of my thunder's been stolen. So I'll start with the Honorable Harriet White, who stole my thunder, too. I don't really see, on a personal level, I could say, well, 1 Kmart plus 1 Target plus 1 Walmart does not equal 3 in putting my business hat on. And I wear a lot of different hats, some of you may or may not be aware, which is why I know grass grows on top of this head. But that's not for me to critique a business plan. It's not for me to critique any of that. I could sit here and say what my druthers would be. And probably after I'm finished, I may have to watch when I jog through that neighborhood for booby traps. But I want to say that I really believe that we have to have the rule of law, certainly, and our constitutional rights and the rights of sovereignty of the individuals. Now, there is a difference between freedom and liberty. We're not going to sit here with a lecture on that, but there is a difference. We don't have the freedom just to build this mosque wherever we want. But we do have an issue, meaning New York City, for those that weren't up on the news.
Got the reference, yeah.
All right. But
I was thinking maybe Mr. Conk had identified.
That's right. So I had to follow it up. I wanted to see what people would say. He changed the plan, right? But there is a rule of law, and there's some compliance as well. He certainly hasn't submitted some plans and just had it rubber stamped, and we're moving forward with this. As a matter of fact, I'm more impressed with the civility that I've heard from most of the people here and the tone on both sides, in particular the neighbors. And quite honestly, and not to steal John Green's comment, but no offense to any of the lawyers here or anything, but I think the civilians, so to speak, make more of a point than what I heard earlier. Because it's almost like going to the well all the time. Let's talk about asbestos. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. And really, that's just a smokescreen, no pun intended. I mean, really, what is the issue? They just don't want it built. So you keep going for some legal loophole, keep going around the circle. And we just need to stop it at some point and move on. But I do want to say, with respect to the neighbors and the neighborhood, that underscores the responsibility of you all to continue with as much wisdom and caution as you can in future zonings, because we are dealing with people here that are upset for zoning issues that took place decades and decades, and really there's a whole timeline with this. And I don't want us to start separating the threads of our sovereignty and of personal and property rights, and we don't want to go down that road. So I trust that you'll make the wise decision and support the Bohemian project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babbage. More folks standing back there. So while this lady's coming forward, how many more folks do we have? I know I have these two gentlemen that are seated. And does the lady in the back, you wish to speak as well? So are we down to those three? Four. Where did I see? I see 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Lucretia Neal, and I've sent you all an email, so you know my opinion. I'm totally in favor of this store. I have one thing to say, and that's about the asbestos. I'm a construction inspector for Caltrans. Dust is airborne, and we have one thing that cures that. It's called a water truck. It takes care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Neal.
Hello, my name is Carol McCoy, and I live in Grass Valley. And I appreciate the opinion of everybody on both sides today. I'm one of the ones that drives right through Auburn to go down the hill to shop. And I would love to stop and shop and eat and visit the mom and pop stores. And what I feel about the mom and pop stores is customer service always wins big with me, whether you're a mega merchandiser, I'm nervous, a mega merchandiser or a mom and pop store. So anyways, I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you. And then, yes, sir, please come on up.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Don Laxon. I live 200 yards from the proposed project. I don't mean to speak about the pros or cons of the project, since what I understand we're here for is to discuss the emotional impact report as opposed to the environmental impact report. If we're discussing the environmental impact report, I'd like to say that asbestos, as you can hear from my voice, is a problem. And it's a problem if it's aerialized and it doesn't go away. It spreads and it stays. Water truck will diminish it, but if you have an environmental impact report that does not address it, it's a weak and unsatisfactory environmental impact report. The other thing I'd like to talk about is traffic versus snow. And those two items are different. How are they different? When the snow stacks up too high, you have an avalanche. When the traffic backs up too far, you have gridlock. Right now, before the project even starts, we're borderline gridlock, with or without the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then the gentleman that was sitting right here, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. 38-year resident of Placer County. My name is Ian Aiken. I live in Oak Ridge subdivision, one of the oldest, quietest neighborhoods in Placer County here. I'm concerned, and I call it the bleed-over effect. To my knowledge, I'm a walker, early morning walker, get out when it's real quiet, but you'd be surprised at the noise you can hear from quiet buildings with air conditioners and refrigerating units kicking on and off on timers constantly. But my major effect that I want to take is the subdivision just below us and adjacent to the project and up above us where I am, we only have one way out, and that's south. That's south on Canal, south on Oak Ridge. And over quietly in the last 5 years, we put up 3 stop signs on Luther to slow the traffic for no other reason. However, the traffic has picked up more and more. It's taking a longer time for people to egress Oak Ridge onto Luther and Canal. So people down in Canal cut up and come down Oak Ridge and back it up there. Same thing works in my neighborhood. They cut down and go out Canal. and compete with PG&E and trying to get out there. So I'm a visionary, and I want you to look closely outside the bounds of this project that's going to affect us as a Gloucester County taxpayer. There are going to have to be at least 2 signal lights installed in the next 5 to 7 years on Luther. And it's just to handle the traffic for people to get out and get going. And bringing up the traffic situation, there's only 2 ways that I know of for them to get into this project for trucks that are going to be coming in. And that would be for weight limits. So you'll either have to change that on Luther and on New Airport Road, or you're going to have to be stuck with Bell Road, down 49 South, or 2 miles off of 80 all the way north on 49. Either way, you got a problem coming up that has got to be faced now, but will be a big problem in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, was there anybody else that wished to address the board under public comment? Okay, going once. Nobody else. Okay. Thank you, Tony. I wasn't actually going to do it. Council gets a little anxious over here. What I'd like to do at this time is I would like to allow 3 minutes for each, for the appellant and the applicant to come back up, give any summarizing thoughts based on what we've heard here. So if the appellant would come back up, and we'll allow 3 more minutes just to kind of give some concluding remarks, and then we'll allow the applicant to do likewise. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I just want to reiterate points that your county council made, who has been at this trade for some time now. The courts allow wide discretion when it comes to CEQA. I know that. I actually drafted the last set of comments to them when I was the director of the Office of Planning and Research for the governor in my last state post, which I did quite a bit of public service myself. I also want to point out that I have never posited to be an expert in anything but possibly the law. My points were very clearly that, 1, the air emission data was not provided sufficient for the public or yourselves to make the decision you have today. Number 2, the traffic experts are Caltrans, not me. That information was not taken into account in the way I believe it should have for the public and this board to make a decision. Number 3, when it came to the urban decay analysis, the percentages and the information, the technical data that was provided is from 2009 and earlier. 2006, we're in a very different environment now. So again, we believe that this information should be updated for a proper EIR to be finalized for the public and this board to make a proper decision. I'm not, again, positing to be the expert on that. The naturally occurring asbestos issue I do want to bring up, and I have brought up, and we are entering this into the record today because it is a serious problem. And I don't know if you all remember the spacesuits that the feds were wearing when they rolled into El Dorado County a couple of years ago and rode spider bikes down the kids' bike paths and played soccer in the kids' fields and all these things. Well, the federal government works at a very slow pace. I remind this particular county, this was during the George Bush administration, you're now in the Obama administration, much more progressive federal EPA, and the data has been now studied, cooked, et cetera, and we're actually reviewing where that process is. And we might have some federal rulemaking in this regard, et cetera, that I think could surprise everyone in California, not just the folks at this county. So I want to emphasize that it is a serious matter. I know you heard from at least one person who's been affected by it, and it affects 44 different counties, not just this county. So it is something that's serious. We believe it's something that needs to be taken into consideration. And that's pretty much where I wanted to settle. I did want to make one comment in favor of lawyers. I was one of the lawyers that negotiated the Indian Gaming Compact that allowed this tribe to be here and give you all the money. So we do serve a limited purpose, but a purpose that's important, I believe. Thank you very much, and I hope that your decision reflects the points we're making, and we look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moose?
I'd actually like to thank Mr. Finney for employing my nephew. I don't think he's made the connection, but I have a nephew who followed in my footsteps, legal profession. His name's Ian Culver, and that's his boss, so... Yeah. Small world. I was joking to my mother, there's a chance I might be up against my nephew in court, so that'll be... Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I respectfully have a little bit of a different understanding of your ordinance than Mr. LaBeouf, but I understand you're going to defer to him. I do think that since there were some new issues raised here today, that it would be good for everyone and good from our standpoint in terms of creating a good and complete administrative record if the board members were to ask staff some questions about some of the new issues that were raised today, and in particular, the asbestos issue, and then the argument today on carbon dioxide background levels, and then finally the issues attributed to Caltrans on, I guess it's the fourth page of the letter. My understanding is that there are good answers to all these things, but I think it would be in everybody's interest to hear from true experts on the subject. So to the extent that there are people here from your Public Works Department and you have the environmental consultant here, I would respectfully urge you to ask questions of those folks and see whether they believe that any of these new issues have any merit. And I offer my client the chance to use up the remainder of my 3 minutes if he's interested.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moose, counsel have a comment you'd like to make?
I would encourage us to follow up on Mr. Moose's suggestion. I mean, although he and I disagree on how the ordinance work, I don't think he and I disagree that when something appears relatively late in the process, you want to make sure it's been discussed. In my part of this job, I tend to pick this up at the end, about the same time board members are picking it up. And I rely heavily on the fact that I have great confidence in the CEDRA staff and other related agencies, and of course my own staff. But I think many of these issues have been addressed, and I don't want the record left. I think I alluded to that earlier in my prior comment, that I think that these issues can be addressed, and I would like an opportunity for Mr. Johnson or whoever else from the staff to comment, because if it's not there, then the board should know it before they vote. And they're the people that have worked on this for months and months, years. I've worked on it a much shorter period of time, so I would encourage that suggestion.
I think Supervisor Holmes might be willing to lead us in the inquiry here.
Yeah, I did make quite a few notes, and then about the asbestos, it's my understanding that the developer, before he does anything regarding grading or everything, he has to get a permit from the Air Pollution Control, so they will be monitoring that. Is that correct?
That is correct, and there are specific conditions of approval that address the issue of naturally occurring asbestos. As one of the speakers, Ms. Needle, pointed out, the county has a requirement that any site greater than 1 acre in size is subject to naturally occurring asbestos mitigation. Condition 109 calls for the preparation of a dust control plan, which would address naturally occurring asbestos issues. And condition number 117 also calls for, prior to any site grading, issues that would address any fugitive dust that may be generated by the proposed project. So there are conditions of approval in the project that would address naturally occurring asbestos that may occur on this site.
This is not the first building that's going to be built in North Auburn, and asbestos has been an issue all my career here, and I've been here too long, 26 years. And I remember it being significantly an issue before the Target store developed. And we have had rules in place and done these studies for years.
That's correct.
And I assume this is not any different for this project than any other project that we've worked on for 15 years now.
That is correct.
Yeah, I just want to reference the Bel Air Shopping Center, for example. Similar landscape, and the same thing with Target. So those things were done. And I work right across the street from Bel Air, and I don't have COPD, I don't think. But it was well, just watching them, it was well regulated. They had water trucks there all the time, and I suspect that's what will happen on this project as well.
That is correct. Our Air Pollution Control District closely monitors these types of projects to be sure that they do comply with the requirements and that fugitive dust is contained.
And if they don't, the project's shut down.
That is correct.
There was also a question from regarding the impact on the intersections on Highway 49 from, I believe, Luther clear to Dry Creek Road. Now, the developer has to pay some traffic impact fees for all of those intersections. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Stephanie Holloway from Department of Public Works is also here. She may be able to provide additional insight.
Would you like to broaden the discussion?
Sure.
on that?
Good afternoon. Stephanie Holloway with Department of Public Works. I just wanted to say that I've worked on this project for a couple of years, and to answer your question, there is traffic impact fees that the developer will pay for impacts that they have to intersections that are within the capital improvement program that the county maintains. For the areas where there are impacts that we don't have a project within the CIP, there is a mitigation that they pay a fair share payment to a future construction that will help mitigate.
And I think there was, according to my reading, there's 6 or 7 or 8 traffic impact intersections that are going to have the
Correct.
impact fee.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean that the developer is going to improve those intersections. He's going to contribute to whatever program goes into place to improve those intersections.
Correct. The only intersection that is proposed that for the developer to mitigate through construction is the intersection of Bell Road and New Airport Road. That is an intersection that we've identified that with the proposed project, the first day it opens, it has an impact, and therefore we have asked the developer to perform a public works project there to help improve the level of service. The remainder of those fair share and traffic impact fees are related to a cumulative effect that the project has on cumulative traffic, and therefore they pay a fee towards a capital improvement program or a future construction project.
And those fees have been generated over the years, and they've been used to do the improvements on Highway 49.
Correct.
Okay, great. I just have one more question. Someone spoke about the camping on the site when the store, if whatever store is there is open, but that's restricted as well, according to my reading of the...
The original conditions of approval that were approved by the Planning Commission included one condition that restricts, prohibits overnight camping in the parking lot, regardless of who the tenant is.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, while Ms. Holloway is still here, I think it would be appropriate for her to respond to the issues associated with the Caltrans letters that have been received for this project.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Yeah, I've been asked to basically address the claim by Mr. Finney about the Caltrans comments that the county allegedly ignored. I just want to be very clear that those comments were not ignored. A number of instances throughout the process of developing the EIR, the Caltrans has been asked to comment. And so that a number of the points that Mr. Finney brings up are related to multiple letters that we have received from Caltrans. 7 points were brought up in his presentation here today. They really whittled down to about 4 technical points in my mind. The first is related to the proposed access alignment from Highway 49 to the project site. Not only the alignment as it relates to the curves that have been proposed, but also the intersection, the internal intersection that's been proposed with the existing Plaza Shopping Center. Both of those instances, I'm sorry, let me back up. The roadway design does meet Caltrans Highway Design Manual standards related to the proposed design speed that's anticipated along that road. So the curves, although they may look dramatic, we assure you that they are designed to a Caltrans standard on that project. As far as the intersection, Caltrans in a recent email expressed some concern over the proposed intersection with the Plaza Shopping Center. I did speak with Mr. Earls at Caltrans after we received that email and discovered that he was looking at a very preliminary site plan from the initial development of the project. The site plan that was here today that you saw was brought to his attention, and he and I both agreed that intersection was acceptable. The second point was a failure to consider access to the project site via the new airport road connection, and the county did actually take into contract with a local traffic engineer a number of years ago to perform a feasibility analysis of a connection from the project site to the New Airport Road. That was deemed at that time to be infeasible. So I just wanted to reassure you that that had been done a number of years ago. We did reread that and look at that analysis with preparation of this EIR. The third point that he brings up relates to the LOS, or the level of service standards, E and F. Level of service standards are set within the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. That community plan was adopted in 1994. E and F are acceptable levels of service within that plan along Highway 49 in a number of different locations. So those level of service standards are coming directly out of the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan in the transportation circulation element. And then lastly, he brings up the concern for the need for a dual southbound left turn lane on Highway 49 at the Hulbert Retail Drive access. Now, this point was brought up in the preliminary development of this project when we were initially scoping the traffic study for this project. Staff did determine that there may be a need for this type of facility in this location, which would affect development of the on-site improvements. We met with Caltrans, we discussed the issue at that point, and based on that meeting, we went forward with the understanding that Caltrans was not concerned about the need for a dual southbound left turn lane due to the operation of the signal, the current operation of the signal and the coordinated signal system that they were running on Highway 49. We took that information forward and prepared the EIR based on that meeting and that information at that time that we had received from Caltrans. The most recent email that we did receive from Caltrans does express their concern, but we wanted to reassure you that we did look into that issue when we initially scoped the project. So, is there any questions?
Questions of staff on that? Yes, Supervisor Montgomery?
I just had a question. When you say that Caltrans did express their concern about a dual left turn lane, what does that mean?
In a recent email, they had done a reanalysis of the project, looked at the numbers that were generated in the traffic impact report, and they actually performed a technical, what we call a synchro analysis, where it simulates traffic on Highway 49, arrival rates and signal coordination, signal timing, and they felt in the most recent hour that there may be the need for a dual southbound left turn lane.
And what does that mean for our environmental document?
What does that mean for our environmental document? There is a concern, I guess, at this point that Caltrans has with that analysis that was done. But like I said, based on the initial project scoping, we were under the understanding that Caltrans did not have a concern, and we went forward with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman. Based on the letter that I am addressing from Caltrans, I did prepare a memorandum from the Department of Public Works to CEDRA on July 8th that I'd like to put into the record. It inadvertently got left out of your packets today, but it does. It is a narrative that addresses a number of the concerns that came out of the Caltrans letter. So we'll provide that today too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing as how if the board does act in the affirmative on a project, the EIR and associated record and all the rest essentially becomes ours to defend. There are a number of questions that have been raised that I think it would be prudent, Michael, for us to go through and have either your staff or the consultants address some of these issues that have been raised in this hearing today. I know among them were concerns about the economic impact analysis, the air quality analysis, specifically I believe carbon dioxide or was it monoxide levels. So what I'm asking is between yourself and Mr. Finley, I would just like a complete discussion, and whomever you need to draw in, a complete discussion of these issues as we have already prepared the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start with Mr. Yusho Chang from the Air Pollution Control District, who will discuss the carbon dioxide background levels, the issues that have been raised.
Please. And if you would please, your name and title for the record.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Rishou Chen, YUSHUO, last name Chen, CHNG. I'm the senior planner from the Placer County Air Pollution Control District and supervising the monitoring and the planning section. And here I just want to provide, based on our technical perspective, to see how the CO carbon dioxide impact in the intersection and how associated with this project. The first thing I want to mention here is the emission is not equal to the concentration. But the concentration will try to make the final conclusion, see if we had a bad air quality or not, because state and the federal, both of them, they have the ambient air quality concentration. So the first thing I want to make clear here, emission does not equal to the concentration. But they are associated to each other, because you have higher emission, then you probably have the higher concentration. Then that concentration will use to compare the state or federal standard to determine if your air quality is bad or still good. And then in here, for the when we review the CEQA document, we only have cumulative threshold for rock and NOx, which is the ozone precursor, because current right now we are at ozone non-attainment area. So that's why we typically focus on what the possible impact could be coming from the ozone concentration in the air. That's why we have the cumulative impact threshold for the rock and NOx emission. But we don't have the CO cumulative threshold in the CEQA review. But we do have the project level, which is that previously that the attorney mentioned there 550 pounds per day. That's our project level threshold for the CO concentration, typically only coming from this proposed project. So as say that, you can say it is the new emission into this area, because before you don't have this project here, so therefore you don't generate those CO emission. But right now you propose and you are going to build out this project here, so therefore you have the new CO emission from this project. And that's the first thing there. And then because of the ozone is a secondary particle, secondary pollutant, that's why rock and NOx is usually used to determine if that the ozone impact will be significant or not. But CO is different. CO is the direct, they call the primary pollutant, which is direct coming from the source. For example, vehicle pipeline. So therefore, the CO is easy. You can use the model to analyze what kind of concentration could be in air when you have this emission in this area. And that's how that in the project draft EIR, you see they run the model called the Caroline 4, try to estimate in the worst intersection based on the delay second and how that the CO impact could be happen in that intersection. CO emission will coming from the vehicle idling. If you have the vehicle idling there, you will create more CO emission there because your combustion process incomplete. So you have more CO emission rather than the CO2. So that's why the delay level in the section is our concern. We try to know if the project emission, CO emission will jeopardize this area, still continue attending state and federal standard. So that's the second point here. And based on our review for the project, the draft EIR traffic study table 8-8 identify only one intersection, which is the Bell Road and the New Airport Road. That intersection, the LOS, level of service level, is E, which is mean the delay second was between 55 seconds to 80 seconds. So therefore, because we see that the LOS level is worse than D, therefore we require the project need to do analysis to see at that intersection, based on this delay seconds, based on that the idle emission from the vehicle, what the concentration will be. That will be the existing plus the project. So, and based on that, the table in the draft EIR, table 9-8, they show that the Caroline result, which is the 3.6 parts per million, and that's the data, that's the concentration, including the existing plus the project. And then at the same time, for the 1 hour standard from the state, which is a 20 parts per million, and the federal is 35 parts per million. So based on this comparison, you can see in that intersection, which is the worst intersection resulting from the project traffic impact, and that the CO concentration, which is 3.6 parts per million, still below state and the federal ambient concentration standard. That's why we feel it's still good, because that the project, that the traffic impact from the project will not jeopardize this area continue attending the state and the federal standard, although you see that delay second increase. So concentration before, I remember in that table they said existing 3.3. Then when you process the project, it's 3.6. So that's about the 0.3 parts per million increase for the CO concentration. But the conclusion will be still below the federal and state standards, so therefore that impact will be less than significant. That's the clarification here. So therefore, based on our review, the total emission, because as the applicant stated before, the total emission based on the daily trip generation, how many trips you will generate from this project. Since that the no canal street alternative does not change any design for this project, so therefore the total emission wouldn't change anything. But then the CO impact in the intersection, because they move the traffic from the canal street to the primary access. So therefore they increase the traffic delay from 7.3. I don't know if I remember right, but it's just like within 10-second delay. So based on that KL Line 4 analysis for the Bell Road and the new airport road, which is delay second between 55 to 80 seconds, under this condition, that the CO concentration is still below the state and the federal standards. So we feel comfortable to say that the primary access, even the increase is still a little bit about the delay second, but that the concentration was still below the federal and the state standard. So therefore, that impact can be still the less than significant. That's our review for the project CO impact. Any question for them?
Yes, sir. Council has a question.
And I think I want to make sure that I understand for the record that the analysis you just went through was relied upon actual data that was collected for this project. It wasn't just conclusions and conjectures.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask that Kamish Vadula, traffic consultant with Omni Means, come up and provide additional comments as relates to traffic at the intersection of Highway 49 and Hulbert Way.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm a registered traffic engineer, practice to, state of California to do traffic study.
Could you speak up just a little bit, if you would, please? A little closer to the mic and go ahead and speak up.
I'm a registered traffic engineer, work with Omni Means. We did this project. I've been working on this project for probably 1 year, at least 2 years, I guess. I've performed a simulation of that intersection using the transportation software, and I can conclude that the comment or concern Caltrans has, it is still a minute concern, but it is not, it's not a grave concern. What Caltrans is commenting here is the queue length for the southbound left. If you're coming southbound, the projected queue length when the store opens up is 280 feet, and the storage is 470 feet. So you have adequate storage to queue those vehicles. The concern here is, per the Caltrans manual, you have to have a deceleration lane. Means you're coming on southbound 49, you need to go into that southbound lane. You want to slow down before you go into that lane. So that distance is about 300 feet required. So the 300 plus the 280Q is 570, which exceeds the 470 provided. This was brought by Stephanie Holloway to my attention in the beginning of the project. And then subsequently, like she alluded to, we met with Caltrans, and what they referred was, because the left turn at the southbound will take place first, so by the time you're coming from Kemper Road and you want to get into the project, even before the traffic arrives at this intersection, the left turn queue would have cleared up. So as to say, there is not requirement for that diesel lane. And this simulation kind of shows you how the queue clears up, if for the record.
Yes, if you would please submit it to the clerk, and we'll make that as part of the record. Thank you very much.
And I hope I answered the question.
Any questions? I see none. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And one more thing, the dual left turn lanes are not mandated. They could be considered if the volume exceeds 300 vehicles. And in this project instance, it is 328. So they're kind of in the ballpark. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In conclusion, there were also some comments regarding urban decay. From staff's perspective, we have listened to these issues that have been raised, and there is nothing new that has been entered into testimony today that has not already been addressed and adequately covered in the documents that are before you today. The analysis that was prepared for this project looked at all of the potential impacts that may be created, and conditions of approval were identified that would reduce the impacts associated with the project. There were some comments made that some county departments and/or responsible agencies may not have participated in this review of this project. It's important to note that all county departments and responsible agencies have been actively involved in the review and the preparation of conditions of approval for this project. Staff remains available to respond to any questions or comments you may have.
Just for clarification, that's the fire department, which would be CAL FIRE. That would be also the sheriff's department, environmental health, all of the various county departments.
PCWA.
PCWA.
Okay, thank you. All right, Supervisor Ruckel?
If we're done with the questions, I just want to make...
I don't know if we're necessarily done with questions. Board members have any other questions of staff at this point? Supervisor Montgomery?
Yeah, I just want to get some real clarity on a few of these things. On the asbestos, it's my understanding, and I don't know if Angel wants to come forward for this or whoever, but my understanding on the asbestos is if the APCD determines that there is asbestos there, we have specific requirements for fugitive dust control that will be implemented, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. There was also, not specifically today, but there was also a concern that was raised to me privately that I wanted to clarify as well, which is regarding the gas pumps and the fact that currently they're shown as, I believe, significant and unmitigatable. I just lost my ability to speak English, I'm sorry. Significant and unmitigatable. My understanding is they have that status right now because before the APCD will permit those, the project proponent will be required to do an additional study, and based upon that additional study, they will either be permitted or not be permitted if they don't meet the APCD requirements.
Let me elaborate a bit more. Just for the record, Angel Rinker with Placer County Air Pollution Control District. All right, so the conclusion that you're speaking to on page 923 of the draft environmental document did make a statement that the impacts related to the proposed fueling station could be potentially significant if a health risk assessment was not provided to the Placer County Air Pollution Control District for our review. And if I can explain just real quick what that process would entail. First, as a responsible agency, the district reviews the environmental impact report to assure that any potential significant impacts that could result from the gas station facility have been adequately addressed in the EIR, and our opinion is that that is the case. The gasoline station would be required to obtain an authority to construct permit. This permit would be subject to the district's new source review requirements. And those requirements limit the amount of emissions that would be released from the gas station. And here, for a gasoline station, the emission of concern would be BROG. The district's new source review requirements limit the facility stationary source emissions to 10 tons per year. This equals 55 pounds per day. And the permit would also be subject to the district's risk threshold of 10 in a million to limit the amount of toxic air contaminants. The preliminary T-screen analysis that was prepared for the project that you would find in the draft EIR did determine that the fueling station could have a throughput of 9 million gallons of gasoline, which would result in a risk below 10 in a million. According to this potential maximum allowable throughput, the gas station-related ROG emissions were estimated at 31 pounds per day, and this would not exceed the limits as established by the new source review requirements. The district will require a health risk assessment prior to the approval of the authority to construct permit. That health risk assessment will include modeling analysis to determine the exposure concentration by distance and demonstrate that that risk exposure would not exceed 10 in a million. So based on the preliminary analysis that was provided in the EIR, or the draft EIR, the district anticipates that this throughput allowance to be around 9 million gallons per year, or 9.6 million gallons per year. And so these would be the requirements that would be looked at the time that the health risk assessment would be submitted to the district. I think that the analysis that was prepared for the draft EIR clearly demonstrates that this project will meet those thresholds.
Thank you. Let me just, if you don't mind, Chairman, you'll quickly go through this and just make sure there's no other technical or clarifying questions that I have.
Are your questions still for Angel?
No.
Okay.
I think I have my Air Pollution Control District questions answered. Thank you, Angel.
Thank you.
I think that's covered all my technical questions. I reserve my comments till later.
Sure. Okay, seeing no other questions, comments, preference of the board at this point on this project. Supervisor Rockholm.
No questions.
Okay. Go ahead. Make your comments.
If I could go back in time, it'd be kind of interesting. In 1964, we saw a picture of Calida, which at that time I actually worked there. As you saw from the picture, the campus was very large. I don't know what the square footage was that was there, but they had a burner out back that burned all of the waste materials, and it burned 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Talking about, the air pollution. I mean, it would be interesting to be able to go back and measure what the air pollution was at that time compared to what it is today. Having been raised in Nevada County or Grass Valley, all of my working life I've had to work outside Grass Valley because they have been reluctant to put jobs or job centers up there so actually people could actually work in Grass Valley. There's a few businesses up there now, but it's still pretty small. It would be my contention that a lot of the traffic that we see on Highway 49 and the congestion comes out of Nevada County on a daily basis. When we leave here tonight, we'll probably be facing the traffic going back to Nevada County. And that's because of lack of shopping choices up there in Nevada County, because there's just nothing, there's no place to shop. The gridlock situation, Highway 49, for as long as I can remember, even when I was a police officer and had to make trips up to the jail, Highway 49 has always been a problem. And during my tenure on the Roseville City Council, I was on TRPA for a while, and that's when they were discussing to make the cut over to Highway 80, and Luther Road was one of the ideas to use, and it didn't end up working out. So Highway 49 has always been a problem. In retrospect, again, going back in time, if we'd had a couple of cutovers that would have been easier for the Highway 49 traffic to get to 80, Highway 49 itself might not have been so bad. In my earlier years, I worked for beverage companies, and I delivered wholesale beer and wine and soda to local markets. Luther Road at that time, back in the late 60s, that was our cut-through from coming over, we called it Train Village, over where Lula Bonnie's and that area is. You deliver over there, but then you'd shoot across Luther Road to get back to our warehouse on Highway 49. So Luther Road has always been a problem. And I think the only solution that you could ever fix traffic on Luther Road is to widen it. And I think that neighbors would more than likely be resistant to that. Over the last period of time, I don't know whether it was a year or not, but in shopping experiences that I've had in Roseville, and somebody made the comment about noise. I would gladly trade the noise from this project for the Roseville Raceway, if you want to make the change. It is getting out of control down there with the noise from that, and of course the train tracks. But now I lost my train of thought here. Talking to people in stores, not soliciting them, but getting into conversations, telling people, I was on the Board of Supervisors and stuff like that. We talk about Auburn and shopping choices, and a lot of the people I've talked to have made comments, we wished we could shop in Auburn and not have to drive to Roseville. And quite frankly, as a Roseville resident, that would be nice for me, because then there would probably be room to get into the Costco parking lot or something like that, so that I could actually shop at my Costco or Sam's, et cetera. But these arguments, they're substantial to neighborhoods. Now, I live adjacent to the Fountains Project in Roseville. If you've ever been to that project, it's considerably, on a whole, a lot bigger than 155,000 square feet. And it's quite noisy, and it's quite a lot of traffic. But as far as where I live, I've got more noise from the train tracks and the raceway than I ever did from the project, and there's no cut-throughs through Diamond Oaks, so to speak. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get to is Mr. McConkey owns the property. I worked there in 1964, and this thing is sat vacant for so many years, I can't remember the last time there was something on it. Talking about urban decay, that's decay to me, sitting there doing nothing when it could actually be generating jobs, sales tax, and the kind of things that actually would make Auburn, I think, a better place. Yeah, there's going to be some give and take here, but I think overall it's going to be a good project for the right location on the right highway. Can we fix the highway over time? I don't know. It would be nice to be able to say we could fix the traffic on 49, but whether this project goes in or not, it would be my contention that the traffic patterns on Highway 49 aren't going to be significantly any different with or without this project. So I'm in favor of this project. I think that the I's have been dotted, the T's have been crossed, and Mr. McConkey has jumped through enough hoops, and I think we ought to give him a chance to build a decent project that will actually benefit all of us.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes, you have some thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's the deal. We're here to discuss a land use application. We don't know who the tenant will be. However, many times commercial projects are approved. I think Mr. Stone's project in North Auburn was approved. We didn't know who the tenants would be. But we're not here to discuss Walmart or Costco. And I understand the concerns of the community about Walmart and the Walmart business model. In fact, I read The Walmart Effect, which I didn't buy at Sam's Club.
That's good to know.
So, if Walmart was up to me to consider, I would vote against it. I'm not in support of Walmart. And I'm going to piggyback on Supervisor Rockholm's comments. I've lived in Auburn, in North Auburn, for the better part of my 60-plus years. And I grew up listening to the noises just down the road from Callida Lumber Company. They run 24 hours. I could hear the roar of the saws in my bedroom window, the sounds of the box cars slamming, loading, the screeching of the box cars.
Just needed your mom's restaurant.
That's right. And then the teepee-shaped burner emitting smoke in the air, and I remember many nights where it was just glowing red at the top. Over the years, my family did fine without a Kmart, a Bel Air, or a Target store. And as a businessman on Highway 49 for almost 30 years, I watched the change in the landscape of the business community and the competition that came with it. I was in the auto repair business. I had tons of competition came. I often refer to myself as the country boy that the city came to. The point is that my family and I adapted and adjusted to those changes. Personally, I just soon see this project go away. I'll do fine without it. I share the concerns of the neighbors that are opposed to this project. I don't think I'd want it in my backyard. The fact remains, though, that the property has been zoned for years for this type of use. The developer is not asking for a rezone. He has agreed to the conditions, over 130 of them. He has listened to me and the neighborhood regarding Canal Street access and agreed to remove that from the project. He's using the property rights granted to the property by the general plan and conditioned by the Planning Commission. I could go on and on about all the conditions that Mr. Conkey and the builder will have to comply with to go through that, over 130 of them. And I'm confident that the appeal, the questions in the appeal have been adequately addressed by staff and other experts in that work for Placer County. So I'm going to vote to deny the appeal on two conditions that I would like to see. That the developer and the planning department work to save the two magnificent oak trees, whatever you can do to see if you can save those two magnificent oak trees that are right in front of Aaron Drive. And then to change the time of deliveries, I think the Planning Commission said from 6 to 12. I'd like to see that modified to 6 and 11, if the board would agree with me on that. And then I will reserve any other comments after my colleagues have had a chance to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Weigand.
After arguing with Tony for about 16 years, I want to start out by saying that I'm taking his advice today and looking at this project contrary to Mr. Moose's recommendation in the broad spectrum of the appeal. So first, as it relates to the conditional use permit, the question for local government as a very high responsibility of ours is to make sure that in our land use planning implementation, we do a good job of planning for our communities and make sure that as we set those high standards, we actually implement those standards. And I guess people could argue all day long whether or not the project's consistent with the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan or inconsistent, but the reality is it does not require a general plan amendment and it does not require a rezoning. I know from experience on the board that the applicant has looked at a variety of different project types consistent with the planning and general plan designation, and this is one of those. So from a broad perspective of the conditional use permit portion of the appeal, I'm very comfortable that the project fits in the community plan. Rarely in land use planning does anything fit perfectly, but this is a good fit and is clearly easily within the threshold of the discretion and the description and the goals of the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan in my view. The second portion of the appeal relates to extensive criticisms of the environmental document. And as Mr. Moose did point out, none of us are experts in economics and traffic modeling and air pollution or other issues that may have been raised. So the process requires that we hire out the best expertise we can. And after 16 years on the Board of Supervisors, we've done that a lot, and our environmental review work has been challenged a lot because, unfortunately, that can be a part of the process, which sadly costs the taxpayers a huge amounts of money, sometimes when people don't agree with the votes of the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors. I'm happy and pleased to state that Placer County's environmental work over the years in its tests has proven to be extraordinarily adequate. We have an exemplary track record for defending our environmental work, and I think an even better track record for the success of doing that. So I'm confident that in this work we met those same standards, and I'm going to rely on that expertise in measuring the appeal compared to those criticisms. And lastly, I just want to say that I was racking my brain all afternoon to try to remember what's left of my brain cells, the name Tal Finney, and it goes all the way back a bazillion years to the casino work, where we actually all did some extraordinary work also, I think. So I hope my comments don't upset you such that you take it out on Mr. Moose's nephew, because I have a high regard for both of you.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. I have to say that I hate big box stores, and I went into this process, frankly, with a hope that I could look at something in our zoning or in the community plan that would make me say, that's just terrible, I'm going to vote against it. But I read this Auburn-Bowman Community Plan cover to cover 4 times. There's about 100 paper clips in here. There's at least that many highlightings. And what I discovered in reading this document is that for every argument that can be found in here that the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan is in opposition to this kind of a project, you can find an equal argument that supports it. And I think page 40 of the document talks about commercial development, which this piece is zoned, and it says, in general, the plan provides for the continued expansion of the 4 nodes of retail commercial development that exist along Highway 49. Then it calls them out by location. It says, on the west side of Highway 49 at Nevada Street, on both sides of Highway 49 at Luther Road, between the railroad tracks at Bell Road and at Dry Creek and Highway 49. So, back in 1994, when the community put this plan together, it was absolutely their intention that that be a developed commercial site. I can wish, and a lot of us can wish, that that wasn't in there, but it is in here. One of the other issues that people have brought up to me on a number of occasions that I thought really resonated was the mixed-use piece. Again, page 46 of the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan talks about mixed use as a vision for this area, but they call out some specific locations for that type of mixed-use development. They call out Bell Road, they call out the DeWitt Center, and they call out the Bowman area specifically. So while it is absolutely God's honest truth that this document calls for mixed use, this piece of property is not one of the pieces of property that they identified for that use, which doesn't mean it wouldn't be an appropriate use for that location. It would be if it penciled out economically. It's my understanding that it was analyzed and it didn't pencil out economically. We can't force developers to engage in uneconomical projects as much as we might like to. So I really, the argument that it wasn't compatible with the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan really resonated with me, but when I really did my research and looked into it, I found that it was not supported. So I want to echo Supervisor Holmes and say that I think there are a number of conditions that we can additionally ask to go on this project that will improve it specifically for the residents in the local area, the people who live in neighborhoods. Jim's already talked about the oak trees. I think, in fact, we should give a direction that the project should be redesigned to protect the oak trees, not, hey, let's go look at protecting the oak trees, but go redesign it so you don't take those 2 massive oak trees down, and then mitigate and pay for the smaller trees as under our tree ordinance. Deliveries. I'm very glad to hear that Jim's proposing shrinking that time frame. I personally would like to see it even smaller. There's not that many delivery trucks that are going to be going through there on any given day, according to the document. And, I'm not sure they really need 15 hours of deliveries. I think they could probably get away with fewer than that. So I might ask Jim to tighten that even farther. On the sound wall and the landscaping, I would propose that before any of the construction is done on the project itself, including a lot of the land leveling and grading work, that the wall facing the neighborhoods be constructed and landscaped as the very first thing that happens on this project in terms of construction, so that the neighbors have at least a nice-looking wall with landscaping on it to look at, rather than a bunch of earth-moving machinery and construction equipment. I think it will also help with the noise issues that people had. So I would like to condition this project and say, you got to build the wall first, and you have to landscape it on the exterior, not the interior, because I realize there's issues with, you don't want to run the plants over while you're building the thing. But in addition to that, we, for the Celebration Church, required a 5-year landscape maintenance agreement. I would suggest that we add as a condition to this that we require a 10-year landscape maintenance agreement, because it is right next to neighborhoods. And 10 years from now, we want to make sure that what the neighbors are looking at is a lush, beautiful set of trees, shrubs, and vines. If 5 years made sense for Celebration Church, which was not near any residences, I think 10 years makes sense where it's directly adjacent to residences. And then last particular bugaboo of my own is on lighting. I would and it may not be appropriate for us to condition this. This may be something that our design review does, but I think all the lighting should be dark skies compliant. We want to absolutely minimize spillover into the neighborhood. We want to minimize the ambient light that comes from this project. And in fact, I would suggest that where appropriate, lights go off at the end of whatever this delivery time frame is, and then they're on motion sensors, so that if nobody's in the parking lot, it's not lit up. If someone drives through, it lights up, and you know someone's in the parking lot. That's actually a security benefit as well. One thing that came up today in many of the comments was local hiring and sourcing. While we can't implement that, I can't speak more strongly for this. It's my understanding that there is no guarantee, there is no condition that says we have to use local labor. I agree, we should be using local labor. Absolutely. We got people in our community who are unemployed and need jobs. If there's any way we could condition it to do that, which I don't believe we can, Tom's raising his finger, I would suggest we do that. Tom?
Yes, I know the Placer County Contractors Association has approached me in the past to just require that the copies of the construction plan, the bid documents, be filed with them. That doesn't require the local hiring, but I think as we had testimony earlier that when Home Depot was constructed, the plans were not even available for folks to bid on. So I think they're a condition that would simply require the bid documents that would be put forward on this be also filed with the Placer County Builders Exchange, would at least make that group, which feeds many of the contractors in the area, available plans so that they can at least have the opportunity to submit bids on the project. Would be an appropriate condition. I don't think it would be contrary to anything else.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, because I think it's really critical that if we're going to be developing, as we seem to be on this project, that we get the best return for our local community possible in doing so. And that means not having out-of-state contractors come in and build these things, but using local labor and then hiring people locally once it's done. I'm going to give my suggestions to Jim, since I'm assuming he's probably going to make a motion on this at some point. I just hope we can include some of my additional suggestions into the conditioning of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing to add at this point, so I will defer to Supervisor Holmes.
Well, regarding the delivery time, I don't want to change that from 11 p.m. You want delivery times when there's not peak business. You want trucks to get in there when there's not a lot of traffic, a lot of people in the store. And you see this coming in every morning when I come down Atwood Road. You see trucks backed up waiting to deliver to Pacific Industries there, I can't remember what Diamond Pacific. We see it on Nevada Street when Isley's is opening. There's trucks waiting to unload. Mr. Dwelly has the same problem getting trucks into his business, so I wouldn't want to constrict it to as late as 9 o'clock. I'd rather have it go to 11 p.m. Is that something that you could agree with?
Supervisor Holmes, I've listened to these conditions, so I need some input here.
Sir, I'm sorry, for the record, your name is?
Jim Conkey, Roseville, California.
Thank you.
I may have not quite got all of them, but the 6 to 11, I think we can agree to that. Okay, and you're exactly right. The trucks come all during the day, but they try to avoid peak hours so there's no conflict with the customers, and they're very adamant about that. It would kill the project. So I don't want to agree to any condition that I think that might happen. As to the local contractors, I've already agreed that they're going to get plans and specs, and that would be part of any agreement with any tenant I put in there. So that's already been discussed with them, and they're aware of that. And you're right, you can't guarantee anybody. Everybody gets to bid it, though, and so that's the best I can do. As for putting the wall up first, it's not going to work on the construction side right away. We'll put it up as soon as we can, but we have to underground Fiddler Green Canal right there, and that's the first thing we have to do. And so there won't be, you can't put the wall up, and there's a lot of grading. There's a lot of fall on this property, 65 feet. So there's a lot of dirt I got to take off of there. So I can't put the wall up until a lot of work's been done. As soon as we can, the wall and landscaping will go up. But it's a scheduling situation on the construction because of the grading and because of the undergrounding of Fiddler Green Canal, and that's a problem. That was not a bad idea. I liked it, but but we'll comply with it as soon as we can. That's the best I can do on that. As for the oak trees, we already agreed with the Planning Commission on what we would do with the oak trees. The problem is that's right where the truck delivery is. Those trees sit there. There are 2 trees. They're beautiful. I'd love to save them. But I'll be honest with you, I've looked at it because I always knew this would be an issue, and I'm into it too, believe it or not. We always have saved trees, or at least we plant them. And there's just no way I can save those trees, okay? I don't think it's possible and still get, they're standing right in the way of where the trucks are going to be. And that's been the problem with that. I said I'd look at it again. I can, but I'm not hopeful, okay? So I don't feel I'll do the best I can again once we get one of the tenants or both to the table and say, what can we do, what were you guys willing to do? But unfortunately, trying to keep the noise away and all the other issues, the trees are one of those where we're going to have to pay the mitigation fee, but we're planting hundreds of trees on that site. And I think the bottom line, I'll do the best I can there, but there's no guarantee. Okay, but I'm committed to it. I've already agreed to that with the Planning Commission, and we will follow up on that. Is there another condition I missed?
Well, I just want to make sure that you work as best you can with our planning department.
Yeah. Well, no, absolutely. Like Jim, I've been here for 30 years.
Yeah.
I've built a lot of projects. I'm a contractor. I work hard with the staff, and I think they know that. I've been as cooperative as I can be. Again, try to work this thing out the best we can. And I want to really thank Supervisor Jennifer, Montgomery. Yeah, thank you for reading that plan, by the way.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's quite an eye-opener, isn't it? And you've heard person after person come up here and say, oh, yeah, he did. Well, look at Policy S. And you're right, this property was specifically for a large retail user. This specifically in the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. And under Policy S, if you look at that, they want a retail project built on this property, exactly what I'm proposing, so people don't have to drive down to Roseville and Rockland. That was back in '94. It's specific. So I really appreciate the fact that you did that. I was shocked. So, again, that was wonderful. So
it's good to know I can still show.
Yeah, you did good.
So, two other.
So regarding the lighting, that's been addressed.
Well, the lighting's been addressed. There's no spillover. Yeah. We work together with staff. We spent a lot of time on that, so there's no spillover. The sound walls are up. The landscaping's major. You can't see it. You're not going to, I mean, there may be some additional noise, but I think you pointed out, and Rocky, that, you know what? It's a heck of a lot better than was there before. I mean, it's barely there. You might hear a car door, maybe, I guess.
If you would, at this point, just, you're being asked some questions about something.
I'm sorry. Because I didn't carry away. I guess I sat here this whole time. I wanted to say
so. I believe
the lighting is taken care of.
I believe Supervisor Holmes had a question about landscaping.
Just
as
a
well.
10-year maintenance agreement of the
Oh,
landscape.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's forever. I mean, they have to maintain it. It's part of the agreement. That's already taken care of too.
It's not actually in there as a condition.
Is it in there as a
Well,
condition?
it's part of the Placer County. You have to maintain your. I own a lot of projects in town. I'm always maintaining it. Or Charlene Daniels will come out and make me plant more stuff.
I think the provision, if I might, is it's required that the project maintain its landscaping way beyond any expiration date of use permits or such, and then it becomes a code enforcement issue.
Right.
If you don't do so.
I think
Exactly.
Supervisor Montgomery's concern was the landscaping outside the wall.
Which is still part of the project.
It's still part of the project. We will maintain it. There's a strip owned by the neighborhood association that varies in size. That's their landscaping. So I can't maintain that one.
Okay, thank you. Council had a question or a comment?
I just want to summarize what I think has at least been offered by the developer in response to the questions raised by Supervisor Montgomery and Supervisor Holmes. that he will do his best to save the trees. He's skeptical that it's possible, but he will do his best, and he has a condition that he's already agreed to at the planning.
To do exactly that.
That they agreed to change delivery time from 6 to 12 to 6 to 11.
Correct.
That as soon as functionally possible, given the earthwork and dirt work and undergrounding work, the walls will go up.
Correct.
And be landscaped. And that they
Not on
will-
the inside, just the outside. Right, correct.
and that they will continue to maintain it consistent with existing rules, I think is what I'm understanding.
Correct. It's a code enforcement.
And that currently the conditions, and I'll beg ignorance on this because I don't know, but currently the conditions do apparently address lighting and escaping light.
Correct.
And that he's made an offer to file and require, and intended to file with the local contractors association.
The plans, yeah.
Appropriate
specs.
plans and specs so that somebody will have a chance to review and perhaps.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Wygant, you have a question or comment?
Just one comment for all of us that might help. Having been around so long, the emphasis and seeing the development of our tree ordinance, and Kirk, you probably remember, so the emphasis of our tree ordinance is in fact not to preserve individual trees, right, because if they're majestic, they're probably at the end of their life. And even though we should preserve them as long as we possibly can, the emphasis of the ordinance is to preserve oak tree corridors so that 400 years from now, others will be able to enjoy majestic trees. So if that makes us all feel better, I think, again, we should try to do what we can to preserve those trees, but if it's not feasible and practical for the public, I think that's important to note.
Right. The mitigation dollars may go a lot further off-site to preserve a lot more trees. I agree with that. Supervisor Holmes, was there a motion in the making?
I move that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit and minor use permit, subject to the findings and conditions attached on page 6 and page 7 of the staff report, and the conditions that have been imposed by the board. Well, maybe it's page 22. And 23.
Yes, thank you. I believe it's page 22.
Specifically, that motion would include certifying the final environmental impact report, including Exhibit 7, which I think starts at page 336 of your staff report.
Correct.
And the rest of the findings on page 23 and to 24.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion by Holmes and a second by Rockholm. The only comment that I will add, having, if Supervisor Montgomery read the document as thoroughly as she did, she'll notice my name is in there. Since as supervisor, I voted for the Auburn-Bohemian Community Plan, and yes, I can assure you this site was discussed at length for this very purpose when we adopted this document in 1994. And then Supervisor Wygant and I sat here in 1996. Technically, we sat over at the auditorium at Placer High School in 1996 when, serving as chairman, I got to preside over this hearing when it was a project with a named user. And my only comment would be I want to thank everybody that participated here today. I can tell you this was a far more civil proceeding than what we went through 14 years ago. And unfortunately, the nature of this business being what it is, somebody's going to walk away not having gotten their way. But for those that are in opposition, I thank you for the professionalism and passion that you brought to the issue, but did so in a professional way. So thank you for that. With that, let's have a roll call on this, please.
Holmes?
Aye.
Rockholm?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes the business of the Board of Supervisors for this meeting, and we will be back here for our meeting on October 5th.
Good job. Thank you.